team in particular for sure is Nigma Galaxy because they got taken
Welcome
out
back guys to
immediately on
Peter
that Rondo
Games.
there.
आज है
And they
EWC
said that,
PUBG
Team
का
Flash, they
Day
hunted us
2
down. And
और
I
आज
think
की
that
फाइट्स
the
और
whole
भी ज़्यादा
lobby at
इंटेंस
this
होने वाली है
stage,
कल की
they saw
परफॉर्मेंस
that,
के
right?
बाद
They're
और
like, you
हर
know what?
टीम
We're
पॉइंट्स
at
के लिए
risk of
फुल
this happening.
फोर्स में
You know, even
खेलेगी.
4th Thrives, I've got to
हमारी नज़रें भी
maybe think
रहेंगी
twice.
इंडिया
So,
रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स
hey, make
और
those
एंगो 10
changes,
पर
make it happen, and
कल
get it done here for
लास्ट
match
मैच में
number
और 10 ने
1.
चिकन
As
मारा
it looks
था
like we got the play
इनके
going.
चिकन
Let's
और
get this
नेक्स्ट
started.
मैच चालू हो गया है जो कि 7th मैच है शायद रोंडो का है यार. कल के दिन रोंडो में ओजी ने मतलब पोजीशन वाइज तो अच्छा खेला था #2i 2-3 किल के साथ. आज देखते हैं क्या करते हैं लॉन्डे अपने.
See what they can make happen. This is a difficult circle. There's difficult playing path, sorry, here on Rondo down towards the south
ऊपर
side.
चल रही है 59 total point, 44 elimination, good 32 eliminations. ये सबसे ज़्यादा 4 eliminations. चिकन मारा था कि नहीं?
Aurora as
Winner,
well.
winner,
I don't think they were able to get as much action
Nigma
as they
Galaxy,
might have liked
Aurora
towards the
47,
end. There's a
KRX
lot of fighting a Neox
कितना डिफरेंस है?
factory.
ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है यार. मतलब ये हम 6 पे चल रहे हैं. आज ओवरऑल हमें टॉप 6 में तो रहना है, टॉप 8 में रहना है. टॉप 3 टॉप 4 रहेंगे तो अलग ही मजा आएगा. आ सकते हैं जितना पॉइंट डिफरेंस चल रहा है. 48 तगड़ा खेलना पड़ेगा भाई आज. अनएक्सपेक्टेड करके दिखाना पड़ेगा.
To get it done, and you can see that Neox factory area is hot, as well as Dan Chi.
पहली फाइट TTG versus EGL.
Happen here big time, getting into it with AGAL.
ऑर्गन लेके एम कर रखा है.
Yesterday Maple looked fantastic on the initial approach.
वो शिट पहला नॉक दिया है. AJ
does open up onto Maple
AJ.
of all teams. But I am getting
guy
word
go
that is
knock.
potentially a rehost coming through. We will wait and see. And it is the truth. We're not lying to you. So in the meantime, we will have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players probably not unhappy about that, considering it's quite a difficult plane to start things off down towards that south side in Danqing. It forced a lot of teams out of the way. But then we did get
गाइस कौन जीता? क्या लग रहा है टॉप 1 कौन रहेगा?
Yeah, no big deal here.
Aurora,
Say we get a little bit more time
Nigma
to talk about
Galaxy
these teams, get a little bit more
इन
time
करेगा
for
यार
these
आज.
teams to kind of prep and
तो शायद
figure
कल
out
के
how
जैसी
they're gonna
लास्ट
make
मैच
this
में
happen
जैसे
here
आउट
because
परफॉर्म कर दिखाया
24
था
they got just these next few hours
था भी नहीं
to
यार हाथ
either
में.
stay
फिर
here in
भी
Paris or go home.
अगर वैसे
And they
कर
wanna
देना यार आज
definitely
परफॉर्म फिर
extend their
देख
life just a little
मैच
bit further here.
पागल
So,
हो जाएंगे भाई
looking at
आज.
the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5 again, folks. Those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going
Fight
home. That's
सीखा
it for today. And those
Yes,
teams
okay.
in between heading into that survival stage. So you have in 5th place KRX tied with Aurora with 47 points. OG with that chicken
ठीक है,
dinner
दो
on that last game, right? Were able to really make things happen. But it does look like we are hearing...
We lied.
Yeah, we lied. Psych!
We lied.
Psych!
We're back in.
We're here.
Disregard all previous conversation because we are back here on Rondo. I am excited for it to go to another rehost though. But for the time being, we'll treat this as real life.
That's correct.
एक किल मिला यार ओजी को.
On the line. Juicy stakes at that.
कौन लिया था?
T24 opens up onto one, now looks for the second.
Bro, कितना लोता ये? क्या सही पीक दिया है भाई.
T24 brings the gore in Neox.
I'll tell you what, 1v2, baby, that was real and that was live. That's how you get it done. T24 getting revenge.
भाई अरोरा ने 4 प्लेयर मार दिए हैं भाई. किस आ रहे हैं?
I'm sure IQ is going to be out there getting them back up here in just a couple of seconds. With beautiful play to start things off. The group of death has not disappointed at all.
And again, I mean, it made me laugh hearing Max say this is the deathy group. It is kind of, he's not wrong. T24 even taking a tumble there versus Ayala, who has been quite a strong member for Furious. Sadly, they are quite down on the numbers at the moment. Whoa! Wait, was that 4th Thrive just out? Okay, 4T struggle. T24 is able to get 2 elims for them, but that is a disastrous result for them. It's always difficult to see where other players went down. We did have a slight blackout during the middle of that, so couldn't quite see where the 4th player actually left, but It might have been Flash.
Yeah.
It may have been Flash again.
And we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
We were, right? I was just saying, like, hey, you know what? Even if you're 4th thrives, you got to be concerned here because you're at the top of the leaderboards. If someone's going to hunt you down, that's the squad to do it. And unfortunately for them, they go out early. Hey, huge opportunity, right, for these teams right below them to surpass them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, Rondo is like very much a good map for saving your run. A lot of times, Silence opening up. Yeah, Chief is down. We get a quick replay. This is Flower H. It's actually the fight versus Thunder Talk, which was going fairly badly. Now, Flower H was having an absolutely sick day yesterday in terms of the damage numbers. And that is a quick spin around. Did they fully go out, though? Let's take a quick look on the leaderboards. Yeah, all gamers, 4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't know where exactly IQ was because he wasn't in the fight with this team. But he was, I guess, tried to go to a recall tower, got caught out, unfortunately. And that's them done and dusted. Hey, the rest of the lobby's still here, though, 15 teams. Claws trying to hit some cheeky shots using that stairwell. And Claws rest of the team, I think, is just a little bit too far to support him. Actually, never mind. Yeah, right behind him. Quick is there to challenge Furia. Chief going to throw down some smokes to try to get his teammate up here. But with this fight slowing down, yeah, I think Quick is like, ooh, this is a little bit too late to start this push.
Yeah, he's in the struggle bus now. And again, this is one of the situations where it's actually very hard to deal with it. Because the amount of sidelines you can kind of angle off here with the smokes, Quick's almost certainly going to go down. Silence just has to play right-hand side. Chief just needs to eke his way up on the left-hand side here. He has to hit a nasty grenade to even hopefully clutch this one out, but he's only got one chance, and that's it. Stun grenade goes out, and a nade over the top of it, and he's forced off the edge here. So now they control the entirety of the high ground.
Yeah, and Aula, they need these points pretty bad now. Just with this performance alone, right? Just 3 eliminations that puts them out of that bottom 3. But you know, this is that opportunity to do such a good game that it sets you up for the rest of this day. I mean, heck, a win here with double-digit eliminations, that puts them in the running for top 5. So, not the worst start. They got 3 elims so far. They still have all their players up. Let's see what they can do.
It's an interesting approach from Malula, though, because the entirety of Neox is very quiet, considering that original playing path. But all 4 players from Malula are here, which means that if they do lose this engagement versus Furia, that's all the chances gone here on Rondo.
Nice pre-fire there from Ayala, and they end up catching him. But great return fire there from Yasser. Silence on that back end. Go ahead and hold on this coverage. Yeah, Ahula should be able to get everybody up. Chief running out this other angle, though. That's going to make things interesting. But you're right, yeah, Ahula fully committed to Neox Factory, and so far it's working, and they are racking up the points.
Much needed points as well. And in 12th place, they have dragged themselves out of what was a danger zone earlier. Just Silence left remaining now. Sticky bomb. No helmet, which is kind of the most disastrous thing about this. So many sidelines to deal with on the other side. Pretty hard approach, but they already got the reset in. Pull themselves back into play. That's over towards Fong Tun, though. Man, they got a journey ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. So that I was wondering, like, should Silence even think about, like, pushing this right now with the rest of his team so far away? Yeah, probably not. He needs to survive and hold on a little bit longer. You definitely want that recall life. Just for the time being. Next zone does pop on up. Goes dead center here. The problem is you got that river just chopping right through the center of it. If that zone does hard shift on over to that left side, it makes things pretty difficult. But let's look at this here. Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects. The teams at the bottom battling it out here. It looks like X-Force Rejects are going to get 3. Oh, getting shot in the back, though. That's all from downtown. Sneaking that
RJC baby
but it looks like they should be able to get this res. Oh, actually, no, forget the res. They go for this final elimination. They say, we need these points. And AJ does a great job of holding him off with that shotgun.
That's what works for well. Through the banister. Catches another. AJ looking good right now. Quick step out on the side. Could push over towards the stairs. Taking more damage coming through from Dog right now, but there are flushes to be had. More eliminations is all really Thunder Talk's looking for in this moment.
Don't see me. Don't see me. Reaper's like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Don't look. Don't turn around. Oh. Did he miss him again? No.
Can he guess नहीं देखा?
So he gets the elimination. X-Force do get a little bit of time to now reset this and get this fight done. Shiba's running in all by himself though. Got to be careful here.
Oh, एक ही मारना है.
Putting in the work, and he is taking on the squad all by himself. But finally, Shiba shuts him down.
Almost 1v4. Honestly, it was very, very close. It was the fact that he got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That might have just been a 1v4 coming through from AJ. Think Esports Rejects should be able to get a reset on that one, but it feels very uncomfortable. Aurora's looking in that direction, Ulf's looking in that direction too. There is a lot of teams that have sight lines towards them. But you can see here Aurora and Ulf now on the move, so potentially the pressure got alleviated slightly over towards X-Force Rejects, but we'll wait and see.
Oh, that'd be a huge break for them if that's the case. Yeah, if you're X-Force Rejects, if you're Shiba, right now you're just like, where is the nearest recall tower? Problem is that we're already in stage 2.
Silence ने ये वाले को knock.
Water in the center.
Finish किया. Silence वहाँ से निकला नहीं था क्या?
So difficult for him to find one. But we'll see. If that
rotation काटा है इनकी.
Looking on over to Aurora. Top with 3 eliminations to start things off.
दे दिया Silence को finally. अगर teammate pass तो नहीं थे.
Silence. So it looks like Alula is going to be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that.
Recall on है अभी.
And now, as a matter of fact, Igor is starting to get in the rest of the zone, but the other two are still deep in the blue.
Yeah, I mean, for Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves in a position where they can play this one out. Right now, it's a lot of driving, a lot of gasoline required too. Enigma Galaxy's still doing the weird thing, though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they send 2 players very far, and they've got stragglers behind.
But बहुत दूर है यार, zone बहुत गंदा damage
देगा. I can't tell if it's to try and secure location
7 is stage 7 ही है.
And then hopefully cut in towards the other side.
जगह से travel करना.
As the circle pops. But it's super risky. It's a really, really super risky strategy.
को रोजी का fight देखने मिल सकता है. Circle में आने वाली है
कि. Playing it decently.
Teammate.
But again, Ralph's the same dude who came up with the heel strap, right?
Right, yeah,
which was real corny. He's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and you know.
Yeah, well, maybe he's an innovator. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what? It's one of those 50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
So that's
right now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side, that's going to make things pretty tough as the water is in play. Let's see what Ralph can do. He can bring out some more of those 1,000 IQ plays. He's going to be holding this dip right now. And
open में भाई Enigma Galaxy.
Right down the road from him. Reefus putting on a little bit of suppressive fire, holding this coverage for now.
EGL वाले उनको easily spot करके मार सकते हैं ये.
Reefus yesterday, an immortal
man
in the lobby.
Hard
Typically remove him here on Rondo, last pair alive, but was such a problem for RRQ for such a long time. There's a bit more loot on side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through. Plenty of water involved. Hard gamble to make. I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more landmass involved.
अरे crazy spray था वो बहुत ज़्यादा और knock भाई प्यारा spray भाई लॉर्ड का.
You literally have to kind of, it's a coin toss at this point, right? You just have to pick a spot, hope that circle comes your way. If not, it's going to make things difficult. Lord said, I do not like that gas can. Get it out of here. And make sure that we get some terraforming going, because we're going to need all the room that we can get. This circle was actually a huge one for Al-Ula, because they have pretty much that entire side of the river to themselves. Considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance, honestly. I think you had a rough day one, utilize this opportunity to its maximum potential, and at least secure your tournament life a little bit longer.
There's still a couple of entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now, Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they've got a compound, they've got a high ground to work with, but it does require them to win the coin flip.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the main problem they're running into at the moment. But there is the bridge down towards that south side. There's a bridge on the north too. There is going to be a big old queue in the process of trying to get back over towards the west. We've got to wait for this next circle first, which will be hitting us real shortly.
Let's see. Where's it going? Will Alula win the coin flip, and
ऊंची को
boom,
रोटेट
they
मारना
have
चाहिए पे
nailed
तुरंत
it here.
यहाँ पे
So it is a rock solid
मतलब
position for them.
अच्छा एरिया है
See
खाली
Quick,
है
he started moving around. He's excited. He's like, all right, boys, let's get this going. This is our game
निकल लिए
here.
निकल लिए निकल
As you see all those
लिए
teams on the south.
क्रेजी फाइट यहाँ पे क्लस्टर
Wolf,
बहुत क्रेजी बनेगा
KRX, all going to have to start pushing on up. Ooh, Quick moving outside of the zone here. They're going to take that edge. Just looking for that. Maybe
पहले वाले
possibly
यार
gatekeep some of these teams pushing in from the south side.
Yeah, they have to hold it out, right? It's actually, there is a playable space down here towards the river where you can actually just play underneath Alula. Actually saw authorized play a very similar position earlier this year. Get a really big game off the back of it. Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of the circle. I do like that Alula just decided, you know, let's just take the compound over towards the west here. Let's not try and spread out too much. Already know that practically 20% of the circle is unplayable. We're not going to be greedy on space taking, especially where we are on the leaderboard too. Let's not rock the boat too much.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, I think there are some teams that get in positions that are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though, as we're looking at RRQ Goat making some shots. This is going to be on the north side of the circle here. Forced through the tree line. Yeah, get some nice shots, and Goat team
क्या था ये अचानक स्टॉक पड़ा है भाई बचा लिया
Moxie hopping in the vehicle, and we're gonna see RRQ get out of here.
I mean, very, very typical Lepar behavior there. Very aggressive. Nerf's going to send over the top. Has the S12K, finds another. Looks good.
मन कल क्या खेला था यार मेरा मार वाला मैच
just solo now.
मेरा मार वाला मैच
No real chance, honestly, at a recall beacon. Has to fight off, plays from the whole low ground. JS9 in play.
Crazy.
Just leaves the spray going. 7 elims now for Goat. Honestly, this looks like a good game for Goat.
बहुत सही खेला
It's an okay
7
game.
kills भी ले लिए हैं
From yesterday was that
the match
highs were very
nice
high. Yep. Their lows
यार
were
अभी तक
super low. I mean,
यार जो स्टार्ट में करते ही था तब कुछ करना पड़ेगा यार ओजी को कम ऑन गाइस
EK on the other hand looking up as well as gaming stars.
Sashi putting in that work, nades ringing out all over the place here, and now this is where everyone's starting to head. They want those third parties going, and KRX are going to be pushing up on them little by little.
बहुत ज़्यादा open
right next to him as well. Gaming star Yusuf, last player up, trying to get in the 1v1. He gets some good shot off with that S12K. Gets that thirst, he needs that point. Oh, but that nade is going to shut him down. That
perfect pinpoint nade था
get it done, and now Hoxie's like, all right, let's finish this out here. Let's get these points and secure this position. Ragnarok said, you know what, you can have it. I'm out of here.
Ragnarok open में
South Korean team.
अगलेगा क्या नहीं
possible. It's really nice to see some of the aggression
that
comes through.
क्या crazy cover में आया है
a lot of South Korean squads get an initial knock and they're not really doing anything with it, but KRX is very quick to maybe not fully commit, but see what's available, right? What are the opportunities? What are the options there? So I'll always send one player forward to have a little sniff, you know, peek in. So I like it. I do like it from KRX. But now they're up against Nigma Galaxy, who are playing on their northern edge. Next circle pops, and it's still dead central on this river. It's so uncomfortable.
Such a tough circle. Team Flash are just going to be holding this high ground for now. Even though the zone is going to be closing, they're like, yeah, let's just try to put as much pressure as we can, and then we're going to push into the zone at the last second. And squad are starting to steal some of these eliminations. This is very difficult for Nigma Galaxy. They're just having to straight hit the deck. And look at those angles. These sidelines from Team Flash are disgusting.
Both are some good shots down there. Right now, Nigma Galaxy is essentially just weathering the storm. They know they can just keep dropping the smokes, but how many smokes they got left remaining? Eventually, the Flash are going to have to pull off this spot in tandem with KRX, Nigma Galaxy, and Flash all at the same time. Satan stays alive, bears him out of HP. The blue does slowly march towards him like a tsunami.
And this blue zone's gonna hurt, that's for sure. So Satan and squad need to start getting moving here. But Vinny right behind him. He's gonna have to make this push. He's running in through the smokes here. He's getting pieced up little by little. We're gonna switch on over the top. Vinny does get knocked.
Third party
but Team Flash are able to get into this circle cleanly. and they're going to be gatekeeping whoever is going to be the
निगमा
winner
को
from this
पहुंचना
fight right
हार्ड
now.
है
It
यार
looks like
निगमा इधर ही
PMWC
जाएगी इसे
might just be it, as it's just Hoxie up for
एफएल और
KRX.
अरोरा आने नहीं देगी
Now that nade just a little bit too far away, but this is a terrible fight
थोड़ा
for
सा
both
क्लोज
these guys.
नहीं
They
ये
need to finish
परफेक्ट
this
नेट
out
बैठा
as
ऐसा
soon
लग
as
रहा है
possible. The blue zone is creeping in.
चला
Hoxie
गया
gets another knock, and
अरे
now it's just Lord, but
अरोरा
Hoxie
यार
shot
पूरा
all the
किल
way
ले
from
गई भाई
Aurora
यहाँ पे
is gonna
पूरा
shut him
किल
down.
ले गई अरोरा
It's a
क्या
horrendous
था
cross.
ये
Right, you've got the high
आने ही
ground
नहीं
drops down
दिया
towards the
ना
low.
फाइट करने
Everyone's
दिया
trying to get
उन्हें
in together. I don't think anyone makes that run. Again, this is
पांचों
such an
प्लेयर अरोरा
RNG circle. A lot of teams are going to suffer because of it. I mean, Alula as
There.
well as OG both took a gamble on the western side. Massively paid off. I
कुछ
like
ज़्यादा
how
ओपन में यार
OG's moved up on towards this northern edge though. They have a lot of teams they need to deal with in the future. But right now it's about living.
पहले फुट गए
Just survive.
You can get that survival into the late game, fair enough to you.
ओ भाई
Oh,
पिन
Reefus,
पॉइंट
perfect nade
एकदम
there from Ulf. Let's see how this
क्रेजी
one
भाई
looks.
ओ
Good
एक और
bounce too, man.
ये
Ulf
अगर
on
एक और
point,
पास
some
पड़ता ना ये
heat-seeking
खत्म
missiles
था
from across the map there. Doc's trying to get a little bit of revenge for Reefus.
दफ
But
वाले
they're
भी आ
doing
गए
great.
पीछे
Aurora, 10 eliminations. This is what we like to see from this squad.
Yeah, they show up during groups, man. That's for sure. Now, I think the team that I didn't expect to be showing up right now is Furia. They're on the northern side over towards the western edge of these bits of landmass, which is quite cool to see Furia being the team that makes it in.
यहाँ पे क्या
They
क्या
have
crazy
been walking, they had been driving.
Yeah.
It has been cross-country for this team, but they brought the right trainers, they brought the right tires, and they are here to play right now.
And Alulas were really aggressive at the start of
Six
this game.
kills
Once they got
क्या
the
के
zone, they kind of
आयला
just slowed things down. They still have a few
आतंकी ने नॉक
eliminations
दिया
here, but now they're
आतंकी
down
ने
to
नॉक
2
दिया एक
players and forced to give
आतंकी
up
ने
all
फिनिश
of
भी ले
this
लिया
real
चल
estate.
kills दो kills
Furia, though, with
शायद अपने
6,
पास
they are looking really
दो
good
kills
to
हो गए
start
यस
things
यस
off
दो
here.
kills हो गए और चाहिए
Unfortunately, yesterday just kind of
उठा
very
पाएंगे kills उठा
mid-day
लेंगे
overall, in the middle of the leaderboards.
कैसा चल रहा
But
अपने
this
चार
could be
बंदे
their
बचे हैं
chance to
एफएल के
push them
चार
up to the
फ्यूरिया के
top.
चार तीन अरोरा के
It
हैं
was super meh. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, fair
yeah,
enough to say, especially from Furia.
लेकिन
We expect a lot more from this team, and again, this is the resilience that I
अरे
expected
यार क्या
to see
स्लो
from
आ रहा है
Furia.
टॉप ने
is you
देखा है
cannot count this team out until
तो
the
गंदा
final bell
सरप्राइज
rings.
देगा ये गंदा
But then they're
सरप्राइज
looking over towards Alula right now. They're even trying to wrap over towards that western side slightly, which is cool to see. But we're up against Aurora. We're on ball with Eren. It could get explosive.
Let's see Aaron up close and personal. He
नॉक
caught top
ये
with a lay
फिनिश
down. Beautiful placement there from Aaron. Oh, nice little shots from Ziol. He's gonna go
यहाँ
ahead
पे
and
हार्डर है
wait
और
for his
शिट
game.
आतंकी ने ओ भाई क्रेजी
Fast
यस
enough. OG.
ये नॉक
shot
मिला
from
है
Tanky
यहाँ
Yeah, that's
तो
how you
करना
do it
पड़ेगा
there. You can steal as many eliminations as you can. Take it. Ziol with the angles catches Scarface, and again,
Crazy, crazy,
right?
crazy,
Third party
guys.
after third party flash are right there to disrupt this fight.
I mean, no one
लगातार
survives on this
3 या
eastern
4
side,
थर्ड
and he's
पार्टी हो
both
गए
so undetermined where this circle's going to
प्रिया
end
पे
for
थर्ड
so
पार्टी
long.
हुआ
I can't really fault any of the teams on
फोर्थ
the
पे हो
eastern
गया
side
था
for how this goes down. OG's doing the right thing though.
निगमा
trying to
गैलेक्सी
make as
और
many points as
केआरएक्स को
possible
तो
and
फ्यूरिया
grab as much
नहीं
value off
फ्यूरिया
this
नहीं
position
सॉरी
as
अरोरा ने
possible
ले
too,
लिया था
knowing that any team on the eastern side very
फिर
unlikely to
अरोरा
make
पे
it through. Ulf did send a
पहले
rogue
फाइट कर
agent
रही
over
थी पहले
towards the
फाइट
western
कर
side in catch though.
Ooh, an underwater agent right there. He is swimming for his life right now, just trying to sneak some extra placement
Check
points
one.
possibly. And yeah, he's gonna be the last player up for. Oh, you got Aaron there in
बहुत
the
सही
water as well.
पोजीशन है अपने बंदों
Catch
की
maybe thinking about
Come
going
on,
for
guys.
that res in the water.
Crazy,
We'll
crazy.
see. But you got Team Flash looking to go fishing here. Let's see if he's able to get that res though. Looks like he just might.
Yeah, he swims across to him. Possible to do. It's a real question whether Flash actually sees it or not, but they do have a knocked player who's bleeding out. So they're a bit preoccupied at the moment and will likely need to figure out what's going on in the next circle too.
Okay.
Silence finds Quick. Catch goes down to win. But they're not out yet just because Aaron
स्पॉट कर
actually
लिया
got rest in that short moment.
ओह
Got
शिट
him.
क्लॉज यहाँ पे अगर
Silence
स्पॉट नहीं
gets
होता ना
knocked.
तो कुछ
That's
कर
from
अरे
AK
ब्रो
OP
क्रेजी
from OG. Goodness me, these guys are really
तगड़ा स्प्रे
racking up
दिया
the
है
points here and there, consistently having a good
तो
idea
पीछे
what's
ध्यान
going
दे
on
रहे हैं ये
around
लोग
them,
ये
and
वाले
that's
वाले
inside the
बंदे हैं
circle. It's nice to see.
ना
It
ना ना
really
ना
is.
ना ना
Yeah,
ना
and
ना
it's perfect for them,
ओ
right? Considering that all the top 5
Nice.
are now completely out. So OG really need to dominate
Come on,
right here. They got
guys.
2 eliminations
कौन
so
जीत
far.
सकता है
You
गाइस
got
क्या लगता है
Flash
क्या
right
OG
underneath
मैच
with
चिकन
8.
निकाल
So
सकती
if
है
you're OG, you still have all 4 players
क्या
up. Clean up
छह
this
इन्होंने
entire side of
वाटर
the
से आ
map
सकते
first. and then figure it out later.
FL
This is their chance, though. These guys are looking great, and a great opportunity for Furia. We were talking about it yesterday. They were chasing zones all dang day. Now they have the position. What can they do with it? That's the question.
Push down over towards that high ground that looks over towards the flash. They try and cross the road. Circle moves down towards the south side. Here. But there was some complaints yesterday about some of the passivity coming through from OG, which I think that they were able to correct a lot as we went throughout the day. And even during this game, you can see there's been a lot of effort been put into that. For OG right now, we need more proactivity right now, though. I truly believe this is a game that they can win. They have the circle to work with it. Fury's coming in from that north side, though, and they're looking hot this game.
Yeah, OG, you have it all right now, right? Turn that aggression up to 11. Soak up those eliminations. Get that win.
Get that back-to-back, basically.
Right. Yeah, back-to-back chicken dinners, right? They won the last one yesterday. This one will just solidify them here and definitely put them in that running in just 2 matches for that top 5. Let's see what they can do, though. As we all got Furia up on the north flash, trying to find a way into this circle. They're forced to swim it out. Igor going fishing there. He's getting some hit markers on the bows, but not able to take them out.
You really do become curious about the ammo counts on some of these teams because
nice.
A ton of movement around the map. Aru's moving forward, he's got nades, got molotovs, he's looking,
there we go.
Sitting pretty right now.
Ammo
count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm should be good to go.
Crazy भाई, क्या प्यारा नेट डाला है भाई, क्या प्यारा नेट डाला है आरू ने. भाई 4 eliminations हो गए.
Let's get it going. The crowd
4v4 I think so. Yes, 4v4 आतंकी को save. Oh, come on नहीं. Nice. यहाँ पे third party दे सकती है OG. Third party देना है. Bro, crazy knock. Crazy. एक ही player बचा है गाड़ी के पीछे. Nade perfect nade है. Yes, bro, crazy nade भाई, crazy. आतंकी ने क्या nade डाला है भाई. बहुत चिपक के लोग जोन से FL वाले FL के मार सकते हैं, बस नॉक नहीं होना है. यहाँ पे एक भी नॉक नहीं है. एक 4v4 भाई, crazy 4v4. ना क्या नहीं डाल रहे हैं.
And now Aru, man, putting in the work for his team. They gotta be careful though. Here they go. They have the high ground. What can they do with it? Now, tops from that off angle, making it a little bit difficult for them to peek over the hill. But here we go. The battle starting to ring out.
आतंकी ने bro crazy एक knock आराम से. Bro crazy 2 knock और दो last 2 players open में दिख रहा है आते. नहीं यार. Aru 5 kills bro, crazy. कैसे भाई, कैसे नहीं भाई. Oh shit, 2v2. Bro crazy भाई, crazy OG chicken. भाई साहब. भाई 6th match chicken, 7th match chicken भाई. लगा था भाई आज कुछ crazy करेगी भाई, कुछ crazy करेगी भाई. Oh भाई साहब. OG on top, guys. OG on top. Happy कर दिया भाई, happy.
Right now, and he's got purpose flying fast towards that.
OG on top, guys. OG on top भाई, crazy कर दिया भाई, chicken भाई.
It's such a difference from last time we saw them as well.
अब आरू यार क्या खेला है भाई, 5 kills भाई.
Because again, the improvement has been insane.
Perfectly executed.
क्या था यार, एक बार फिर से देखना है, रुको रिप्ले दिखाएंगे यही.
We had the questions right. Were they going to play it passively?
Bro,
Were they going to
पूरा
get aggressive?
गेम क्या खेला है, मतलब इतना फाइट्स नहीं लिया. 2 kills मिले. फर्स्ट उतरते ही किल मिला एक, के बाद में एंड जब टेस्टर बन रहा था तब एक किल निकाला औरोरा का नॉक करके. फिर उसके बाद तो जो मारा है यार, फ्यूरिया खत्म. फ्यूरिया के 2 मारे शायद. रेफल के तो 4 मारे. क्या क्रेजी था भाई, क्या क्रेजी था. एक नॉक.
being able to get rid of a
The
lot of the
teeny बचे
pressure
थे.
so quickly
Nice.
in day 2 is so
Bro.
much relief for you as a squad.
Oh.
For Orangutan, honestly, they can use
अच्छा
this
खासा
now
ऊपर
just
आए
to
होंगे ये
feel out
मैच.
other teams inside this lobby.
Top 3
get
तो
some
है
more
भाई.
practice in.
Top 3
Well,
तो है भाई.
all that worry.
Overall
That
standings.
way.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Still
definitely a
winning the
lot of
match.
teams that are going to be worried here as we get
10
into the
to
rest of the matches, and we'll
8
have
है.
those matches coming in just a bit.
We were
कितने
there
kills यार? ध्यान दिया था क्या कोई?
for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here
आ रहेगा कुछ.
now. The proud founding partner of EWC,
EWC
powering the biggest event in gaming.
आए 9
shoulder
है
to shoulder with
ultra.
the world's best,
ऐसा piece.
making history.
Laptop.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Ah. Their overall standing.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I'm with Aru from Orangutan to talk about some of the games from day 1 of their group stage and see how they're feeling coming into day number 2. So, obviously, you guys got yourself a win on Miramar. You were one of the latest teams coming to Miramar, actually. So, is that part of the strategy for you guys when it comes to urban endings, as well as what were your concerns towards the late game of that game?
Not really a strategy, because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game, it took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that the team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR, so they were trying to maybe set up a trap around San Martin, so then we had to take a detour from our original planned path. So, but yeah, we have prepared ourselves to play early and late as well, so it just worked out for us.
Perfect answer. Wow, okay, that's some great insight. Thank you. Let's go back to game 1, because it's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have got a good compound. You're playing a bit passively here and there. What were your concerns? I saw that Geek was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo game, and you eventually got second place.
Well, the first factor that led us to, playing a little passive or saying holding back was that we got an early casualty of my teammate Atanki. And the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's going on, if there are any third-party opportunities. And also, yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had a complete low ground. So if we have gone either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also not so satisfied with that game, because having Rondo and only 2 elimination points is not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start, so we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And
Record like
overall,
इधर से
yesterday,
game
how
play
does the
देखना
team look
है
at
ना
it? Do
तो
they see it as
आ
a
जाए
success
यार.
here so far? And are there any
मिल
adaptations coming
जाएगा.
in today too?
खेलेगी और तगड़ा मारेगी.
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to start our day 2 with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Aru, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2.
Not only is Aru great at giving interviews, but he's great in the game being the IGL, as he was able to secure 5 eliminations. And when we talk about IGLs that have what it takes to not only go to the finals and maybe end up challenging to do it, he was able to showcase that perfectly here in this rondo.
I mean, this is why it's important to have international experience. He played PMGC last year, didn't go too good, but he knew what to expect heading into PMWC, and especially the final fight they took onto Team Flash. There was even Ulf behind them, and even the side of Furia pushing their way. There's so many aspects of the game that were just played beautifully. A few shots missed, okay? If you want to critique, is like a few of the shots maybe should have connected, but you love to see them not just get a win, it's a back-to-back from India. Let's go.
Yeah, the passiveness is gone, and obviously you heard it from him as well. I know they made those mistakes in those earlier games, but to be able to come back from that and understand that the passiveness is what was putting them behind. So it's good now that they have changed around to this aggression and making it their game.
7
Yes,
eliminations.
we're going to end up comparing them with the team that we also needed to see them being able to perform well here, and it's none other than Furia. Furia able to show up as well, Neptura, with those 9 eliminations.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. I think we were both kind of talking about
ये
this
need
match,
बहुत
right, where
प्यारा
they
लगा
were
भाई
really
मेरे को
hedging
क्या
their bets throughout the
cook
end of
किया
this
यार
game, right, on either side of the river here. They were going on one side of the coast, then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. And they sweep around. I think it was Ulf on that, or no, it was Ulala. Ulala.
Oh la la.
Oh la la. It was them
Oh
on
la
the
la.
eastern side, able to just sweep around. Some really, really good stuff coming in there, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, even if we move back to the earlier game, Furia versus Ula, they basically had the contention on the top of the roof, and either one of these teams could have actually
21
taken
points.
them down, which was super funny that they then go into their
10
rotation and they're
placement,
next to each other
11
again to have this battle out. But of course,
Flash
Furia
fell
came out
के
on top,
हैं
and
10
then
eliminations,
this
6
is
placement,
exactly what we
16
expect to see
total.
from Furia at the start of the
ज़्यादा
matches.
kill हमारे ही
But
या
if we go
yes
off of
हमारे ही हैं
yesterday,
Furia 5
it can be a slight downfall for them, so
5.9
I hope that they can
Adora
prioritize
Gaming,
these
one
eliminations early on like
placement,
they
and
have and move themselves into the
Crazy
position.
bike.
And not only that, we got to talk about the bottom teams as well, Lace, because the bottom teams ended up showing up here. Even though they might have not ended up showing towards the end of that game, they did use that rondo to go after those eliminations. Esports, Thundertalk Gaming, we finally saw them.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at Thunder Talk Gaming, I've sort of placed them, they just need a 5-point average that includes eliminations and placement points to push themselves out of that bottom into that bubble. And I mean, they had 3 eliminations early on in contention, and it was basically, I'm pretty sure it was AJ. He almost got a 1v4 on a team, and I mean, that would have set them obviously into a great motion because they actually had a free path rotating into
Orangutan
the
in total, bro, crazy hashtag 1 66 totals ऐसे ही maintain करके रखना है अब.
And the wonderful thing of this is that it puts OG in the perfect
ऐसे ही
situation
maintain
because
करके
OG
रखना
now
है
has
कुछ भी करके.
absolutely nothing to
आज
lose. And
4
they're
मैच
currently
भी अच्छा
challenging, and
maintain
they're
कर गए
trying
ना
to
और
place to go directly to the finals.
This is fantastic. I mean, obviously it's best case scenario for any team, but for Orangutan especially, we are looking at a team here that yesterday was, you know, ramping up the confidence, ramping up the momentum very, very slowly.
top 1 maintain करना तो थोड़ा hard लग रहा है, but कर सकते हैं. अब ऐसा लग रहा है 2 chicken back to back आया तो like कर सकते हैं यार. क्या करता आप लोगों का क्या बोलना है? कर सकते हैं. hashtag 1 आज maintain आ सकता है क्या? फिर angle का कुछ यार angle में कुछ crazy performance
exactly the kind of result that they deserve now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we didn't want to see was authorized taking a massive L here on Rondo. Really, clearly a very big mistake. The mistake that's very easy to avoid is don't drop in Ulf's
Rondo
territory.
जिस तरह जाना चाहिए था उस तरह गया है भाई. Rondo तो गया है.
That is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option. Even just go get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. Fourth rise on Rondo, need to fix that slight recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Esports Rejects. Good thing that they
a minute even just is not a good place territory. The mistake that's fourth rise taking a massive void. is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad game path, they can try and find a better option, even just go Tron down.
Bottom 3. They need to continue on with this.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was... Who was I looking at? Oh my god. And then we had the moment move around the back. There was R8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focused on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. See what I did there? Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not so cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the change it essentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right, when we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we're agreeing on, right? Day 1, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game, and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. This event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least defensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing compounds.
I think the one thing that has really stood out on Rondo more than anywhere actually is the deployable cover flares actually. Some teams have been using a lot early. I think they can benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game, because deployable cover flares, it's one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game, and if you can keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, effectively at this level as well, right? It's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims. It's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves you bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles, Goat obviously on Rondo, they look far more... It's all right to talk about Goat. Can I do it again, James?
I was like, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it when it was going to go on. Okay, you're allowed
Let's
to
go,
talk
bro.
about that.
Start
talk about Goat. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a bait. Do come out. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it, because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day
the whole event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh. Hey, that's an exciting potential here, because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that second place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there still is well enough time. Well, I say that, what, 5 games left to go for some of these teams, so there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship, but obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game where where you had Furia with a 2-2 split. I spoke to Nigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down. That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here today because, again, they're a big name to try and kind of go further in this tournament. But anyway, thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC.
That's Jackie, the jacket. I'm here with Hot Jukes. We're good to go, and boring blank. But yeah, we're getting into our 7th game, 8th game. He's really ruined me that 6-7. Yeah, that's annoyed me. Yeah, we're into our 8th game now. There isn't a lot of games left, as Jackie was saying. It is coming to a close quite quickly now, and I think that for some of our squads, they do need to get a move on. I mean, Thunder Talk, I had a lot more hope for this squad, but it does seem that potentially crushed is where it's at.
Yeah, you don't want to get those keys crushed. You want to survive, and the way to get it done is on good old-fashioned Erangel. Here we go. Southern playing path here. Super Southern. Yeah. Good circle for a team like Aurora. You know exactly where they're headed. But for the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get it done. Ain't that right? Blank the tank.
Blank the tank. I'll take that. I'll take that. Robust. Yeah. Explode on the scene. But yeah, I do have a very southern playing path here. It's incredibly rough to play around with. Aurora happy with this one. They can get down towards that south side fairly easy. Fourth Rise also a fairly decent start for them over towards Ferry Pier as well as the yellow. So you wonder if they're going to run into any trouble in this area. I think Sosnovica is going to be a little bit more fixated on. But you're right to point out what you were pointing out there, which was the elimination count coming through from Aru.
Yeah, he sneaks into that top 3. He's right there. He could easily push himself to first if he goes and gets some good eliminations in this game. Looking at the match rankings right now, they are pretty stacked. Because I'll tell you what, OG is on top when it comes to the overall. 66 total points. 4 Thrives right below. Man, Pakistan on top.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 4 Thrives are in second right now. It's a tough place to be in. Yeah, 4 Thrives, 61 points. OG just blowing them out of the water right now. But you could definitely tell the difference between 4 Thrives as well as OG in terms of the elimination points. 37 eliminations to 46. And if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now. And I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow, flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL, to be both at the front.
Oh, no! Run, Aru, run! Run, Aru, run, run! Oh my gosh! The bows with the knife.
Oh, brother.
No way!
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
Oh, they're pissed.
Oh, never mind.
They're not happy.
Upset. They're upset. Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squads, Atanki rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough. But the rest of the squad is here to play.
That is what I call revenge, folks. Are you kidding me? Aru getting thirsted, but it looks like Orangutan get the last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have him this game. Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done there. Secures his 3rd elimination of the match as well, and Flash rock away with win, but in this case, they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win making the moves, full sending it, but at a certain point, surely these guys got to get away.
They absolutely do. And I mean, for OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury orc skin, which looks awesome, by the way.
Sick.
2 separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here, and the rest of OG get to safety. So what a crazy way to start things off. Aru running for his life, dude, straight-legged it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh, man.
I ain't gonna lie, though. He was feeling the tickle of the blade on his back. He was just ahead of them. I mean, he had to pull out the old flick of the wrist with a knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run Serpentine at all. I can't move. I
gotta go forward.
Just straight away.
The boys were coming to support him real quick, though.
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the rest of OG.
And they came in heavy.
But they know how important he is.
Yeah,
they know
dude.
just how important he is. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself, and I agree. It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those rare, just superstars that can...
Yeah, Beowulf back in the day, that guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad. Right?
Yeah. He said go here, he's also carrying us.
Yeah, he's also
top
carrying
us.
You know what I'm saying? So it definitely does help.
for this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, sir. Oh, we got you, right? We're coming. And, hey, they saw their leader, right? Running away from a knife, and they came heavy. But unfortunately, it just happened to be just a second too late.
Coops sends some shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing, because they could decide on which side they wanted to head towards. But by that time, you have little to no information of what's happening around the map.
Yeah.
4T taking shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows on the southern edge. They're just moving through the forest, the south side of Pachinki, but Enigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans early on. I want to talk about that point you were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia, 14 points in the last match, and they were one of those teams that was really critical. Because they were one of those squads we honestly we're kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay, though, as Aru is running for his life, saying, please stop, guys, leave me alone. And those shots strayed the rest of the team off, but oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, nah, we're shutting him down.
You see, they can just see the death crate appearing. Man, they even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh, man. And Bose gets that knock. And I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, he didn't have it. Otherwise, he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But, I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on board. 3 points in total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players. Yeah, I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start up towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK, though, up against Alula.
Crazy. Peak eliminate.
Quick. With the quick knock there, and he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up, because prior to this one, they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Fudia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Fudia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Alula starting off really strong here, now put themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop, though, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area. Teams like Aurora, coming in all the way from military base, are going to push on up. We're going to look at this heaven area, though, and it looks like it is going to be X-Force Rejects that are going to hold that down.
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also moving out the way. Well, these boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat, as well as Nigma Galaxy, who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment. I think there certainly can be some better plays coming through. They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave authorized such a run for the money over in PMGO overall. So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different team to me, honestly.
Yeah, you got Ulf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always be in that top 5 position. So anything less is kind of like, hey, you know, what's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game, we'll see them in that spot. This could be it. I mean, they are in Yasnaya Fields right now. The zone definitely, for some reason, loves to favor that kind of area. So a hard shift goes in that direction. We could see them definitely pop off. But, you know, you are right. There are so many teams right now. Like, in this time, we've never seen the lobby just so well balanced, right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now, at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder Talk's at the bottom. What's happening?
I mean, the Thunder Talk, they just haven't played well, have they? I think we've boiled it down to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through. And then when it's come to their gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it is a fairly balanced lobby, but balanced towards being, this is a high-ranked game. Right? Yeah. It's a high-ranked game. No one's pulling any punches right now. You best get out the way. For Gaming Stars, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if it's going to head over towards those fielded areas. Does not. So they're going to regroup off the back of this one. I would say right now regrouping is probably the best thing to be doing. But Yasnai getting cut out here is a little tough.
Yeah,
wondering what OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do?
What OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Ulf going to do? It looks like Ulf here does get a little fortunate with that player from GOAT getting knocked. Maybe that's from Nigma Galaxy. Moxie up close and personal with Jean, catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk out. Another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT's just too good of a team.
Oh, that's cute.
That's all there is to it. They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped them in the golden jacket, and they're ready to go. I think for GOAT, it's been all right. Again, I think for GOAT, the main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 Elim games with a chicken dinner, bosh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it was kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI, GOAT, they took the slot for Thrives and weren't able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here into the World Cup, and at least at this group stage, they're looking good, right? Second place so far. after these eliminations they have, hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work.
Will win फिर से buddy.
I think we really do need to have to wait to finals though to see that come through. Because
on top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go.
A long way to go.
They want that. They want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They would play the group stage out, get that direct qualification, which would be nice. If they can keep things up, that is. We do have a few more games left today. A few more Arangles.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Yeah, dude, crazy prize pool, by the way, man. It's so wild. You have, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand onto the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point. We're going to be going away with some cars.
Yeah.
Say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. Well,
but also,
to say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
As a team?
Yeah.
God, get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free, as well as all the rest of the cool things. The white balls, the black balls, everything you might need. Tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Your favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing is I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, a lot of these guys, for those that don't know, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. Some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior in so many different squads, we'll see okay, a bad performance, no change. It's the same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams all right, hey, let's make some adjustments. Let's Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. authorized ended up going out in the last one here. But they're still in a good position, But Aaron Gale is always going to be that map to where that's where championships are made.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for adaptation-wise, teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past you could get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research. It's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena. But we're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as both those open up. RRQ is looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards all gamers.
Gonna look at KRX there, getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting punished here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Benny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the, that one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what, why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes out the window, goes way too far. In fact, Maple's just going to drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. I'm expecting to get blasted on the approach. Smaller building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. You love to set it up, but is it really going to happen? Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise so far. Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work, and we saw them come in super late last night. And I was saying like, hey, what were y'all guys doing? Y'all guys studying? Y'all guys were talking it out? And they said ping pong. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes you gotta build up those team building exercises, get that synergy going.
Right. You telling me they did? That's why they were there ping pong the whole night.
That's what they said. And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
You just exposed their secret sauce.
Maybe I just did.
Okay, now everyone's gonna be on the ping pong. Now Enigma Galaxy can't get on the ping pong tables. Look what you've done.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
You know what? It was
Put that back in the back of the box.
Review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stops here.
Yeah.
Oh, Goto, look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's only got the pump shotgun.
अरे what the heck? Oh, ये क्या था?
As Goat Team
अरे इसको
are just making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, man, imagine just giving them so little respect that you don't even check the corner there and still winning the fight. That, yeah, if you're Gaming Stars, we need some more ping pong.
We need it. We need it. We need to do something here, right? Gotta make sure you're locked in going towards the end. The hand-eye coordination, those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
I'm more of a medium guy myself.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I could play with
try hard
the rock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing.
Oh, bro.
Nades over the top though, towards 4 Thrives. Enigma Galaxy taking the fight over towards Go in the meantime. 4 Thrives have been under pressure from a bombardment before and they immediately start scattering. Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Enigma Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
Uzaifa, catch, getting ran over by our IQ there. And 4 Thrives were just circling them like sharks, and they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. Man, Ulf just can't seem to get something going here. As 4 Thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now for Ulf, I don't think they're going to drop to the bottom 3. Getting towards that top 5 is going to take some special towards the end of the day, though. They haven't played bad.
Bro, कौन सी position लिए थे ये? No.
Team. Uzaifa finds a shot over towards a tanky. OG, they
9.
make their exit from Yasnaya earlier on, moving down towards that southeast side currently. X-Force rejects in front of them, playing in heaven.
Yeah, the problem with this is that we still have the top 4 teams in this circle here. And if they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a point gap. And if that happens, especially in the next game, it's going to get wild.
Yeah, I kind of feel what's going to happen here between 4 Thrives as well as Heaven. This is the type of team that would just send it. They're going to send just underneath, though. And actually try and deal with OG.
Nice.
God opens up, though, and this is good damage.
Bro, 2 knock. He knocked.
Also falling. But does it matter?
3 knock, एक ही बचा है 40 का
IQ.
Bro.
Yeah, now it's just IQ up left, so OG with the stiff arm there. Getting it done. Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here, that could be a straight lock for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He was like,
मारो फटाफट रोल मारो भाई जल्दी यहाँ पे जितने लोग मार सकते हैं
I'm gonna go drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm gonna get knifed up. It's gonna be okay. You guys gotta play on a 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember everything I taught you. And it looks like they're doing him proud right now as 3 players. They hold off 4 Thrives. Maple still going miraculously, by the way. Can't believe he even made it to 8th there.
Enigma Galaxy अब यहाँ पे आने नहीं देंगे अरोरा को अगर पहले ही अच्छा पोजीशन तो वहाँ से अभी यार फ्यूरिया पे बहुत अच्छा है
एंगल Enigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the
ये भी
circle,
थोड़ा
so
fighting
I'm not surprised we're going to see Nigma
बैठे
Galaxy just kind of wait it out, look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations,
पता नहीं
and
यार
then
तो
push into the
पाएंगे
zone
कि
from
नहीं
there.
पता नहीं यार
You got Coops up close and
गाइस
personal.
क्या लगता है क्या होगा
Keep an eye
क्या
on things,
predictions
but you
हैं
gotta be careful. You cannot afford to get knocked. Igor, though, actually from Furia is staring at this as well. Man, Aurora, this is worst case
थर्ड पार्टी
scenario
हो
for
गया
you.
बहुत
Two
तेजी है यहाँ पे
monster squads
प्रेशर
looking
क्रिएट
at
कर
the
दिया है अरोरा पे
outside of the circle here.
सामने से निग्मा
Man,
गैलेक्सी
they're just gonna
साइड
try
से
to do what they
फ्यूरिया
can.
Nade underneath.
गेम फ्यूरिया ने वैसे मैच किया है अभी तक
Seeing it enter. Another one could do the trick.
गुड का एक प्लेयर बैठा कहाँ पे
Some
है
of that.
प्यारा नेड कुप्स का
And Coops is feeling it right now.
नहीं
He's
आने
been
दे
a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up
Kill
now.
Nick
1v1
Marco
versus Reapers. They're down.
नहीं यार
It is Sheep to find the final shot from
ब्रो
far
क्या
away.
किल लिया है यार
It's
पीछे
been a
से 2
rarity
किल
though, seeing a heaven circle in a long time. Usually it's a little bit of a feature, but never the ending position.
क्या
See
गुड
exactly where
स्पॉटेड
Stage
है
7 heads over towards. Does it drop down towards that
late,
southwest side?
Let's get it going here. Nigma Galaxy putting in that work. They have the edge of the circle here. We'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead and shift on to. But they got coverage right now. Protect those vehicles. That's so important because if the zone hardships away from them, they're definitely going to need them.
के बग्गी का कवर ले
So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone. You got 477
9,
still
8,
up for GOAT. Trying to soak
7,
up some more placement points. Next zone does pop.
इसी तरफ अगर खींच के आ गया ना एकदम इस साइड नहीं बहुत सही अपने बंदे हैं जो हैं क्रेजी ऑल ऑफ फ्यूरिया को भी आरजेसी कुछ करना पड़ेगा
The OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here. Here comes Nigma Galaxy.
NGX तो NGX को तो पुश करना ही पड़ेगा और फ्यूरिया को आरजेसी पे करना पड़ेगा कहाँ पे किस तरफ पुश कर रहे हैं ये ओजी की तरफ डायरेक्ट नहीं आरजेसी पर ले लिया ओजी से फाइट लिया निकमा वो आतंकी को नॉक दिया नहीं ब्रो कोट स्पॉट हो गया डॉड नॉक ओके निग्मा गैलेक्सी के 2 बंदे जा चुके हैं डॉड फिनिश 2 बच्चे और आरजेसी को यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी दे के आतंकी रेव हो सकता है अभी भी आईकू को तो नहीं आने देंगे नेड तो आया एकदम परफेक्ट डॉड नॉक नहीं होना है दिस गॉड नहीं दिस गॉड नहीं
Coop's gonna throw another though. Coop is hungry.
नहीं bro.
That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye.
नहीं यार.
Knock on a tanky.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there's a better moment
करना पड़ेगा ऊपर से.
practically 10 HP.
ओके अच्छा किल लिया ये अच्छा किल लिया है.
Off in the distance, that felt personal.
Coops throwing a quick Molotov down low. He needs to start doing some of that low toss action
यार
we saw
Coops
earlier.
यहाँ पे बहुत गंदा प्रेशर बना रहा है.
He's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south. Oh, he's gonna watch his back though.
अरे यार एक ही ओपी नॉक.
Coops is doing some damage right here, all by himself.
The nade goes a little bit too far. WizGod takes another nasty hit. Smoke's going forward here, trying to keep AKOP alive, but a 4th place is still fantastic.
बहुत प्यारा. अभी थोड़ा वो होगा AKOP को रेप देने का टाइम मिल सकता है. On guys, 4v4 with 2 है. फ्यूरिया तो पक्का वेट कर रही है यार कि थोड़ा यहाँ खाली हो पुश कर सके. आ गई फ्यूरिया. यहाँ पे ओके टाइम मिलेगा यहाँ पे. इसको टाइम मिलेगा.
That's the gun to have here. Furia, man, looking to finally get a chicken dinner as Silence gets another knock there and the finish actually. Coops down to his last single HP. Does nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat, ejects, gets himself to safety for a little bit longer. But looks like that nade is gonna do it.
अरे यार I think चला गया नहीं तो. He's got knock. AKOP. तो पुश आ रहा है हार्ड है और एंटी गाइस #3 ठीक है एंटी गाइस #3 फ्यूरिया का चिकन है पूरा बहुत सही टाइम पे फ्यूरिया ने पुश किया है ऐसा सोचा था
That is how you get
एंटी गाइस एंटी अच्छा खेला आतंकी भी अगर बच जाता ना यहाँ पे RJC वालों को शायद मार सकते थे एंड #2 तो ले ही सकते थे ये, क्योंकि ये तो दिख रहा था फ्यूरिया का पूरा चिकन है। फ्यूरिया ने बहुत सही पकड़ लिया था यार, वो स्क्वाड हाउस पकड़ के प्रेशर भी बहुत क्रिएट किया हर टीम।
That gives them an opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
Yeah. But Name Galaxy though, again, it's a decent move.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Ralph gets caught on the back lines there, but it's understandable. That's a hard bit of terrain to push through.
Yeah.
Hoops does a wonderful job though. The team's going to be massively proud of him with the way he handled that ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me. I mean, if it wasn't for Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the top, and as soon as X-Force Rejects pushes out that building, goodness me, did you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they knew that, hey, this is our chance to win it, and they took it. Furia is one of those squads that are so high IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to miss it, that's for sure. And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift, Enigma Galaxy knew they lost this game, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We just got to try to do whatever we can. Those kind of rotations, you're going to have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that opportunity to its maximum, that's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out of Enigma Galaxy. It's nice to see OG on the front lines taking some good fights, and without Aru as well towards that end there. For X-Force Rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced, because you are playing from heaven. It's a god compound at the end of the day.
It was luck, right? It was luck. But you know what? Sometimes luck is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last 8, right? So we've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys, they get a lucky game, and sometimes that just gives them the confidence they need to actually do something, right?
Yeah, but because you suddenly start to play a little bit more different.
You're like, oh.
Especially nervous teams as well coming into this, you know. It's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it can be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
Yes, indeed. And man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the stops here towards the end. These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here. But you know what? We got Calaris with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these 2 games, because I really wanted to talk to them about very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí trước ở cái map là Arangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair. And coming into day 2, you got a second place on the rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game 2 happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á đã ném bom trúng cho mình á và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ 2 thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn, vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn, nên là mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think based on that result, we will keep continue, pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games, and that does it for us here down on the stage.
OBS spot. There, Marshall. कुछ गाना लग रहा है यार. Alan Walker.
Jackie Powers here live from PMWC.
भाई ये white family का कौन आ गया यहाँ पे?
I'm meant to be working with John Allen today, but I don't actually know where he is. He had a bit too much coffee before the show. Let's see if we can find him and tire him out.
Hey, when we were idea यार 1v1 की
well, John's got quite a lot of energy, I think, still.
Basketball भी है. हाँ? अरे पास का शॉट कैसे? अरे क्या चल रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है नर्सरी का बच्चा आगे. Oh bro. Finally.
Well, it seems like John has finally tired himself out after a very busy day of activities. But here at EWC 26, PMWC is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule: just don't wake John.
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was Furia because of the way that they were able to perform in day one. But in day two, Max, they are bringing it.
Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven. Hey, maybe making sure they clear their backside.
Interview funny है 7 okay, match ranking. Rank 10, 14 points. ज़्यादा point difference.
It's so good to see Brazil is showing some presence in this group. And 16 points.
Kills.
That's going to put them way higher up in the rankings.
And we're looking at the second place Orangutan with the points. Honestly, the consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty soon we're going to be saying that squad is going to be going straight to the finals because they're creating a bit of a lead there all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
30 points.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Orangutan to come in today with a win and then a second place. As far as the match rankings go, right, the second place in terms of points, just 14 points is a big amount to be coming into the first Erangel for. I mean, we've got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up. I do want to say big ups to X-Force Rejects as well. They had Heaven and they kept it. Oh no.
ये वाला replay यार बार-बार दिखा रहे हैं knife वाला.
The oddest fight I think we've had so far. This is just and then the rest of the team going, how dare you? No, we're coming in hot here. Just gonna avoid some trees, go around a little bit.
But ये जो push है ना बदला लेने के लिए तुरंत ही है ना पूरा irritate कर दिया होगा उनको. पूरा irritate कर दिया होगा FL वालों को. And Win तो दिख रहा था, Win तो बदला लेने के लिए क्या तेज लगा था but ले नहीं पाया. But Win के हाथ में भी पिस्टल थी यार, क्या सोच के आगे जा रहा था. शायद सोच रहा होगा कि जो नॉक था उसका किल कंफर्म कर ले. अरे भी तो.
They were from the bottom. Now they're here. This was something. Okay, this is something that they needed to do. I guess, a little bit earlier on in the stage. But look, you're saying they had heaven. That was good. They were able to have line of sight. Even when the contention started with for Thrives against OG, they were able to grab a couple of eliminations from that position. But the mistake that led, obviously having that, they were pushing out of the building, which Furia, obviously with their 1000 IQ, were able to capitalize on that. But look, they had 16 points heading into today. So having that game pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do. But is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They didn't really have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening down on the hill, which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them. Little bit of luck mixed in between it, but let's hopefully we can see more of these adjustments going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump in here though as well, as I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be sure that you actually can get in there, and then you can go into the next game going, okay, we made the top 3, we've got some decent points, there's a little bit of pressure off of our shoulders. We've reminded ourselves that we're able to actually compete at this level, and we can go on forward now. So I'm hoping for big things coming in from them.
Yeah, and for Esports, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying in regards that they got lucky. They were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what? Before you even show it, let's how about show some stats. They were passive, but the thing is, it ended up working out in their favor because they were playing that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia, genuinely. That's all I wanted to see. After yesterday, we didn't get it, but here we go, looking at the final clip. You might be thinking, oh, they're just going to go from Chiefs compound straight into the side of X-Force Reject, but no, they put themselves between the outskirt of the circle and the middle portion of the circle, meaning X-Force Reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be forced naturally into their position. So all you have to do, set up a very solid defense. And you do that, by the way, with an MG3, which is the best weapon to have for Mr. Silence himself, my MVP prediction of the tournament. I loved it. They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nade it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position. Furia obviously capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Esports Reject should have just waited.
Yes, we're looking at the overall here. Orangutan now with 80 points. And that's just what I'm talking about. Like, right now with this squad, they have a 25-point lead over 6th place. Top 5 is where you want to be if you want to end up going to the finals. You could end up almost saying, because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent, this squad could be already going to the finals. I don't care if it's too early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it too.
I mean, honestly, I think we get to the halfway point, and I think that statement is going to be very true, just based on what happens in the next game, right? For Thrives as well, you know, they're starting to go down the leaderboard just a little bit. RRQ, I mean, yes, X-Force Rejects starting to very true, just based. I mean, honestly, I think we get to the halfway point. And I think that statement is going to be very.
I was going to say, I don't want to flex out my Turkish just yet, all right?
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one. But before we even move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use the
maintain to kar sakte hain yaar.
EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly. Predictions.
Bhi acha favor kar raha hai.
Winning the next game.
Winning the next game is going to be for Thrives.
Enigma Galaxy.
Stop asking me, because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
X-Force Rejects, that's who I want, all right? X-Force Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Are we good?
Right, you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat.
Galacticos.
You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year, you guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive, you just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to use Y or Ruby too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because the strategy. Yeah.
Okay, keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Now, your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also, that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Ancient Charm set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
I don't know about ancient charm. That guy's got new school charm.
What a sweet
guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been. Last year in EWC 2025, they were fantastic. We could watch them there. It's good to see them again here again.
Ground आपको क्या लगता है यार? कैसा लग रहा है आपको stage?
Let's get it going here, man. Hey, I want to say one thing, right? I love, you know, good old-fashioned esports jerseys. I want that though. I want one of those, man. So if you got that in a triple XL, bring it on down. But you know
it looks comfy, dude.
It definitely does. It definitely does. These guys are looking fly, you know, here. But you know what? Speaking of fly, I think it's time to
let's go next match. Miramar, third match.
Second Erangel of the day. Only 3 more matches after this. But this is going to be a crucial one.
OG up to 80 points now. I think it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG, they're riding high right now. They are feeling
OG 46 elimination, 80 points. ज़्यादा elimination तो नहीं है. 40 से ज़्यादा इनमें gold भी अच्छा खेले court last match.
This survival stage.
बस गई थी.
And I can see Hoxie currently has taken our top player spot in number 1 with 17. Actually, Aurora top is doing a huge amount of work for them with 16.
Let's get it going here, and we can take a look at the top players. Yeah, top with the most damage.
Wow.
4,357. Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of the leaderboards here, but they're right there.
वो कल जैसे ही उतरे हैं इनके अपना गाड़ी में लगता है एक और आरू साथ में उतरे हैं आज गाड़ी में
Absolutely. Now I'm looking now towards the bottom of the leaderboards. RRQ in 14th. Now RRQ qualified on a technicality. They've been working hard, putting in the time.
Oh, crazy zone है. अब भी निकलना पड़ेगा लग रहा है. अब भी निकलना पड़ेगा. तब निकलेंगे शायद.
Right now they are not playing up to scratch. So they do a little bit more here. 28 points to the 32. The X-Force rejects have been able to grab the back of that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in-game at the moment. We've got the Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in-game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom because you're here with us, of course.
That's right. That's right. If you could have learned any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait.
Sexy jutsu.
Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
Asking the same one.
Okay. Maniac यहाँ पे है.
What is it?
इसको पता है अगर पिस आते जाते.
Very nice.
I had like such weird deja vu for a second.
There you go.
Damn, let me.
I'll tell you what, I'm going.
Give me a second.
Okay, now you know
Hey,
what?
oh shit.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't
ये
have a
कैसे
couple
था?
secs, and that is gonna be Thunder Talk Gaming once again, losing players super early on. Sitting is knocked, and Shiva with the vehicle swap's gonna go ahead and get that confirmation. But he's actually gonna have to watch out because Seeing is already there, putting that punishment down. So Thunder Talk, Esports Rejects, battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. City did survive. And he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down.
फालतू में भाई यार, ये फालतू में लोग ने अपना और 40 अभी से काम कर रही है ब्रिज.
Absolutely.
Esports
Rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
9.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right.
अब मजा आएगा यार ब्रिज वाला जोन में.
Crazy
fight देखने मिलेगा.
Come on, bro.
I'll go with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you marked. Pow, and I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT. So,
yes.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. But we are jumping down towards Sosnovka, and we do have to talk about this.
Yes.
We do got to talk about this because this is fun to watch, but it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We get to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thunder Talk already making that
Enigma Galaxy जा रही है fast. यहाँ पे मिलेगा. है क्या? Drive से wait कर रही है. अच्छा निकल चुकी.
They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good.
Better है निकलना.
But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal.
Better है निकलना भाई. Better था. 4 drives ने. But हाँ यार अगर रुकते ना तो 1-2 kill तो मिल जाते इनको अच्छे.
But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Looking on over here, especially this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down the military.
Yo, my boys have got the double hovercraft.
Hovercraft.
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you wanted.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, authorized and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over towards the slope, moving up towards the position. Ulf is yet to cross it.
Rich अगर पकड़ लेना, water side area सारा.
There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, the Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what?
I'm excited.
Me too, and I am just so happy that.
RJC versus Goat.
Killer Joe is hurt. So X-Force Rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo.
And they end up getting
the better of Goat. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider. Getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. Kind of players you want. There's also a Crash Glider here too, so it looks like Goat was double gliding, double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them.
Guilty.
I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as they moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sightline. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything. And it's coming in at 8 minutes into the game. Capability to take down a squad moving in and have the wherewithal to set up in Novo.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all I know is that
अभी तो match चालू है ना, मतलब
कुछ नहीं for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. So I think we're out of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circle. You know what I'm saying? So no splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Right now, obviously the center of airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over
अभी रुक
towards,
जाओ यार. नजर लगवाओगे स्टार्ट में ही.
C block too, not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward.
मैं बैठ के यहाँ पे दूसरी टीमों पे नजर लगा रहा हूँ. कुछ भी बोल के उनकी बैंड बजा रहा हूँ. एक मिनट.
Oh boy. Look to see the action is starting to ring off those. Furious getting mighty close here. Geek gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok though. Oh, it wasn't nice enough because Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reefus already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. I don't know what he was thinking.
No.
And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a
GSTRP आ रही है. OG कैसे क्रॉस करेगी ये सोच रहा हूँ. नो वाला ब्रिज क्या OG क्रॉस कर सकती है? नो वाला कर सकती है OG क्रॉस.
Really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Udia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles, and look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf's going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh, man, the coach didn't look too happy. We saw that little coach's corner. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst, though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not. That is ballsy to stay that. Nade goes fully long.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil point.
That is correct.
Yeah. Oh. He did get shot in the back.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like.
My boy just stood on the stairs.
Just saying, you know what? If I'm going down, this is how I'm doing it.
I'm convinced I'm part of gaming stuff.
I'm safe. Oh man, Yusuf getting caught out. Maniac jumped down? I thought he was on top of the hole. If he was on top of here, interesting. Scarface though, yeah, I thought he was on top of the little tippy top of the bridge, but now it looks like we're gonna see Ulf just hard commit.
Alula's coming in here as well.
So Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're going to hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Ulf right now, feels like people are feeding them points. Ulf's like, they're not even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just...
We'll take it.
It's just meals, free meal tickets arriving on the bridge. Yeah, I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast, though. X-Force Rejects did try and pick up the buildings down towards the southwest side of C Block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task.
Let's go.
Massively silhouetted
in that situation. से zone जाने का
This is a big move from RRQ. They are through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play, actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like, you need to pop.
We got to make a play.
Yeah. We got to make a crazy play. And in order to make at least to the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like, hey, let's take the risk now. Especially with Miramar coming up, let's full send it to the center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like that bet did end up paying. Oh, as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say you should assume the players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. And they had so much space here, you know. I just think
there wasn't a reason for it, right? That's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
So Thunder Talk will give themselves at least one off the back of that. A lot of teams are unwilling to move now that they're inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost the player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a third place with 2. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens, though, as we look at this. Ooh, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes, though. Are we going to have a crazy shift? Does it center up? That's going to make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's
RRQ, that is tough.
You make a big play to the south side, and
आराम से आना
assuming it's
पड़ेगा.
going to move out away from airstrip, it
बहुत आराम
runs
से आना
it
पड़ेगा
straight back. And KRX, honestly,
वेट
for
कर
them,
करके
they're pretty happy with their spot. They're
चाहिए.
even happier now. And if they've still got the double hovercraft, they will be very well set up going into this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu cover. All gamers will fly straight across this bridge. Gaming Stars realizing now they need to move instantaneously. RRQ flip to a new area. Foosman's on the other side.
They made the push quick.
A bunker each.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Your RRQ, the zone swapped on over.
Take
those bunkers, secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts, so that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's kind of was focused over towards 2 bridges there, and they were really unwilling to move. So was all gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and sling into the south side of C Block if they wanted to. But it's certainly an interesting one, and I think if you can see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play, and it looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now. Igor is trying to survive this one. Serpentini, looks like one of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Quick, getting a knock on to Aaron. AGAL, yeah, they're trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
It's not going to be. Fury has been marshalling this northeast road for a long time. Pulling out the badge.
Oh, pulling out the buggy.
Yeah.
That one real quick.
Badge has been put away, apparently.
Yes, it has.
By the Flash here. You are playing on that eastern side as well, so they'll
अच्छा खेल
double
रहे हैं यार,
back
5 kill.
the hillside. Again, I kind of like what OG went for, you know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C.
What about army?
It's not the craziest
कहाँ जा रहे
position,
हैं ये
but
लोग?
you get a position at this stage of the game. It's kind of lit.
Yeah, dude, the fact that you even here with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point sponge on top is a good thing going for them for sure. You know what? I want to say one thing.
Go on.
These next 3 matches I was talking about, they're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that.
आराम से बच के
You'll need that
आए
now because
4 के
we're
4
bringing the thunder
नहीं यार नाम लिया यार
for
लो
those next few
नॉक हुआ
games. And the talk.
नॉक किया नाइस नॉक
Dude,
हुआ
I
और
just
नहीं
keep seeing these coach cameras.
Yeah, the problem is the coach con
नाम नहीं
cameras.
कर लेता हूँ
They're shown for
क्या
about
खेल
2
रही है भाई
seconds.
फ्यूरिया क्या
We
खेल
realize
रही
they're
है
very sad, and then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious, dude. They're just
बैठा
like,
हुआ
I
है
think the production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 50.
yeah.
We
Dash का सीधा पुश रहेगा क्या
15
अगला
seconds. Oh, I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. As Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. The airfield is, there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're
Do
pretty
they
much
know
playing
our
at right now,
okay
playing off the back of vehicles you
hill to
still
hill fight
have that aren't completely wrecked.
चल रहे हैं
Dragging the bumper
Korea
down the
versus
side of the road
KRX.
with them.
ये देखने में मजा आएगा
Enigma Galaxy, this is not a horrible spot to play in. They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence. But we're here with Furia
अच्छा गया है
looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in the pocket though. And it makes sense. My goodness me, they were fast to this location. But wow, the utility, the vests, the ammo, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible to hit a nade on them, right? That chain link fence makes it so difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out.
गाइस prediction दो कौन जीत सकता है क्या चलो और प्रो फ्लैश ने सीधा पुश किया है भाई सीधा पुश किया है भाई प्रो crazy
with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of GK, catching them off guard. I don't think they really expected them to push, and if you're GK, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in, but they were able to fully push this easily, and now with that bounce nade, Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
It's a naughty pincer they came in with. Zeus around the corner, still on fire.
अच्छा मारा भाई पुश करके ये जो अचानक पुश करके मारा है ना
But he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash. Yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building.
Yeah, also one
kill. On both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor, and that team was already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash, a good identification of how that building is best aggressive.
कोर्ट में पिछले मैच में भी एक बंदा बचा हुआ था इस मैच में ये लोग बच के बैठते कैसे हैं
Yeah, I mean we had to see GK up on that top floor, and you could see exactly that's what Flash is doing. They have 2 up on top, just keeping an eye out so nobody pushes up on them for free. And that little mistake allowed Team Flash to just push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here.
Oh, perfect.
You know that was on
Damn, that is a nice nade. I think he's
trying
to get 7-9 over towards.
Damn.
The play was knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the pumpy and a nade. This has to be a special one. But the door's closed on him. Oh dear.
Oh, and that nade's gonna knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone does go on over to the wide open field. Chief barely getting outside of that Molotov range. KRX, they want this elimination.
एक Molotov इधर ही पास खत्म है
Yeah, that goodbye.
खत्म है
Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to a crisp.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Chief. Was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure. But now we have Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Their basic big task here is pretty much to hold everyone out coming through airstrip. There's a lot of little bits of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves as well in the way. But this open area, so easy to dodge away from a lot of the nades. See how
RRQ versus
now. Get a quick replay on this one.
Oh!
Nice nade from XZ. Over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage.
Language हो गया क्या RRQ side से RRQ
way too far away with only 3 matches
वहाँ
left.
पे
They have to literally win all 3.
RX थी शायद से वो push करते आ रहे bro ये क्या push था कुछ भी
going to be it for you guys. But look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people in the top 9 still alive. These leaderboards are going to get crazy. Ooh, up on top, Scarface with so much lane.
Scarface बहुत crazy angle पे बहुत प्यारा nade.
And gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
I mean, they must have passed all the nades across to Scarface. He's up on high. He's dropping bombs. At the moment, Galaxy struggling. Hold up. Fourth Thrives decide they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos. Satan very low. But my goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Eren will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game. 8 eliminations coming through. An almost impossible push for them that they're making happen here.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on a Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away. So now they no longer have the high ground. T24 is starting to push those gates through and gets the lock. He's down to half an HP, though. Gets knocked in return. Balak, though, is here, and he came to play. 1v1 situation. Balak, up close and personal with the shotgun. He's got the range. He switches to the
Bro.
and shuts him down. Balak with 1 HP, making it happen
Bro,
for his team.
crazy.
3 legendary players on the same location.
Bro, shit.
Balak, Eren and Coops.
क्या किया है इसने? Coops क्या perfect time पे उठाया यार 3 player and 5 kills.
They needed him to dunk it into the hoop here.
5.
He's certainly done that. Look to move away, but now has to deal with
RRQ आ गई. Oh shit. क्या चल रहा है ये top 6 teams? ओजी का यार 3 player मर गए इतने देर में. मैं वहाँ पे fight देख रहा हूँ. ओए. खाने नहीं क्या kill feed पे.
Superstars just going at it, and look at our top 3. Still in the game with only single players alive.
KRX push करेगी. But नहीं Flash interrupt कर सकती है.
The Flash, though, they've got an unreal spot on this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future, and KRX, they are low on supplies. Team Flash has got a lovely little watchtower to make sure they aren't rocking up to them too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space after then. Likely the circle pulls away from both WizGod and the Flash. No one wants to move out to this open zone. This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised that Fuchsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker over towards the eastern side for so long.
Like 170 to 40 भी ले रखी है.
Dude,
he player को किसी मारना पड़ेगा.
Just holding it down.
KRX or Flash.
I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone. He's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but
I mean, they're not the point. That run
just
out.
Don't try. Honestly,
run out
like
is hellish.
8 kills Team Flash के.
Okay, if he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah.
KRX is fight ले रही है.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny
Bro,
ridge
finally.
line to play.
Survive
By the time you show your face, that happens.
Yeah, the second he even looked out. The second he even looked. Oh.
Check this setup out. Oh,
Bro, ध्यान ही नहीं किया. Ganks लगा रखे हैं. Nade प्यारा है, एकदम प्यारा है. फटेगा. अच्छा, okay. Wall के उस side था. फटा 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 फटा. बहुत प्यारा nade और ये. नहीं यार, बहुत जल्दी. क्या?
Those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the
बहुत
perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4 Thrives, trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing them and wiping them out.
What the heck, bhai? क्या खेल रही है Flash?
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those.
RRQ versus
unfortunately. RQ still going.
तो कमान विज को लेना पड़ेगा नहीं यार बहुत ओपन है विज
strong position in the game here.
क्या था
RQ Gemforce will find Wizgod, Hazaifa at least secures himself a third place here. But RQ actually will pull themselves out of the bottom spot of this game. It's a certainty at this point.
हम टॉप 2 टॉप 3 में तो है ही टॉप 2 टॉप 3 में तो हम हैं
Zypha, man, last player up for 4 thrives, does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RRQ and Flash fight each other.
Barricade नहीं क्या बोलते हैं इनको.
Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower.
FL zone तो बना सकते
Get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It is all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's nothing.
It really is. Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top. It's a good shot from the par. Expect nothing less. Hazaifa, the pile driver, off in the distance. Looking to smash these two teams apart as a solo. Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less, trying to get another elimination, though Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the thirst. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4 thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
ये spray. अरे what the heck क्या था?
To find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark?
RRQ को chicken जाएगा तो लग रहा है better है अपने लिए.
Get themselves towards a position to get a direct qualification.
It's better कि RRQ को chicken जाए.
In the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be insanely important here.
ये zone से knock.
RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now.
Win
the final player left alive.
बहुत अच्छा खेला इन्होंने.
RRQ here, they needed this win so desperately. Especially with 3 matches after this, they're trying to make that last second run into the top 5. And a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. Well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboard. Here we go, it's just win.
इन लोग Flash इन लोग का same ही रहेगा. Points match 17 around.
Getting the chicken dinner right when
they
need
equal
it.
Points.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rocket up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team at this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There is still a chance of it happening, but right now they could breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop-off
right
from that win. It's just like...
Hashtag पूरे थे उतने kills ले पाए इस match.
Okay, let's see what we can do, though, before we really get happy.
But Flash,
hope so next match अपना
I think the aggression onto that compound versus GK, it was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Really well set up, honestly. And I think there's been multiple times we've seen Flash where they've demonstrated just great map knowledge, but more than that, great tactical knowledge of how to play those moments.
Dude, not to mention we saw those beautiful setups with those gas cans, right? They're doing everything they can, right, to make sure that they win those games, and that's how you get it done.
That's the Flash field. They'll do whatever it takes, and if it means playing off the back of a loot crate in Miramar to qualify for one of the biggest tournaments, they'll do it, all right? And I think that's what I like about Flash. They really take any opportunity, any moment to make it happen.
And honestly, it just goes to show, like GK, right? I don't know how you let them push up on you without getting one shot downrange. But Team Flash, that's that, and the fact that they're able to take that risk, right? They see that spot open, they're like, you know what? Full hard commit. If we can take it on the way in, it is what it is. But if we do get it, we get the win, right? Possibly. Yeah. And honestly, with that many eliminations, that's a W for sure.
It is a W. That's what all the teams have their sights on this tournament. They're gorgeous. PMWC at EWC.
हाल में जब पहले ही उतरती गाड़ी मिल गया था ना इस मैच में, जोन बन चुका था. अगर पहले ही रोटेट मार के मतलब ऐसा सोच रहा हूँ अच्छा स्पॉट ले सकते.
reassess what we're doing going for the next 3 matches, because they really do count. Again, a lot of teams, they don't technically want to head through over towards that group stage. They would much rather just go straight to the finals. It's so much easier, so much more prize pool there as well. But again, it requires you to make those moves, make those moments happen. But yeah, I do want to see more out of Enigma Galaxy. I think that they're a team that absolutely can secure a spot in top 5. There's been moments where we look across them like, oh guys, you kind of look a little sad after that game, but they're playing well, man. They are playing well, and hope they can continue to do that.
पोजीशन पे हायरार्की थी, मेरे को नहीं लगा कि
and we'll see you soon with
तो लग
JJ.
कर गया यार फेव टाइम साइड में ना
We book Esports World Cup up. Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless, and one knock could quickly become a complete squad wipe. Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over a fight, but at times, they looked more like a group of incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсоосон зүйл ингээд миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон их тийм байсан болоод тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн үеийнх нь бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа чэндэ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the nade of Refus, the 1v4 from a range!
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
that will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
За өнгөрсөн жилээс энэ жил нь ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай багийн хувьд ер нь сэтгэл зүйн уур амьсгал багийн тоглолт ер нь нэлээд өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том дэмжлэгийн 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээс авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
Jangan diadu, Sep. Jangan sampai ke Sep. Dia bisa mati zona ya. Gua main dalam smoke ya. Gua ambil kanannya, gua ambil smoke-nya, gua ambil smoke. Ambil gen. Udah di batu kanan, batu kanan deh. Oke, dari batu. Tanda, Sep. Nice. Gitu deh kayak dari tadi. Kanan tuh, Sep.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26, day 2 of Group A, as we're just 3 games away from crushing Keys. But talking about Keys that don't want to be crushed, RRQ, the team that needed those points, the team that needed to be able to get out of the top 3, I think with that win, they should be able to.
I mean, agreed. I mean, these teams, you can see the desperation that are flowing through all our teams at this present time because they know that this is their last and final chance. They don't get another opportunity after this. They don't get to have a second chance. They're already on day number 2. Now, this performance from RRQ, obviously they were incredibly quiet in our first 2 matches, so having this sort of comeback for them is not, I'm going to say, a miracle. It was obviously well determined and planned. They were able to sort of cause that chaos and that contention right here in the ends of the stages and basically position themselves in such a fantastic way whilst our juggernaut teams sort of fell from there.
Yeah, I mean, still really good to see RRQ get a bit of presence here with that massive chicken dinner here on the outskirts of military base. But we saw during these replays, Coops, oh my goodness, Coops, that clutch. There was Ulf, there was Nigma Galaxy there trying to just survive against their grenades, and also 4 Thrives coming in late. But what a clutch from this guy. But eventually you can see the circle very open-ended. Flash just throwing everything against the wall, hoping it sticks, but nothing really stuck for them. And eventually the angles they had was enough to finally secure the very first Indonesian win here.
Yeah, and for Flash, I mean, for them to even get second place, this is good as well for them, being able to get those eliminations. But for some of the other squads, it's starting to be a bit of a, you need to start doing a lot better. We've seen Esports Rejects do better. We've seen it now, none other than the team that just ended up winning, RRQ, do better too to get themselves out of that bottom 3. As we're looking at a head-to-head here from Flash and 4 Thrives. And 4 Thrives, my gosh, Falak can definitely do his thing. He's still showing that they want to go for that first place because they should be able to go for that first. Is that Glitter? Glitter! Whoa, wait, come back. I actually want to see if we can get a clip. Is there any club championship update?
Oh, no, but I'm literally going to get one right now, so stay tuned.
Thank you. Glitter Explosion, our championship update person, just the girl. She knows everything about CC. But going back to some of the other with 4 Thrives, right? They're still battling with OG for that first place. If you end up being in first place, you will be able to crush those keys.
Yeah, they've been having a bit of a tougher time in the last few games today because the finish is always just a solo of 4 Thrives. You're not seeing like the dominant force, 4-3 players alive just steamrolling every team in these matches. No, it was Huzaifa earlier on in that Heaven finish. It was IQ. I want to see the just dominance of 4 Thrives back in these games because right now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
One team that we haven't seen being able to be dominant or even currently in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, is Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight from groups to finals because of the performance that they have had this year.
Yeah, it was about a 3.3 average point for yesterday, just eliminations alone. And for a squad of this caliber, I mean, their first few games to only achieve sort of like 10 points, which is not bad compared to some of the other squads, but it's unusual coming out of this match. And they were able to have that control over the western side. They had that little bit of defense. They were able to sort of get the car and place it on the hill against 4 Thrives, but they were so incredibly firmly grouped in that contention. It just took one of these opening nades from authorized to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot. And this squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8 eliminations coming out of that match, something that they needed, but this is something that they should be doing every match.
They definitely should be doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom 3 max. We got Alula, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent, so I'm sorry, Thunder Talk fans. I'm just gonna skip it. Gaming Stars as well. Alula at one point showed us that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side, so I need to see presence from the other 2 players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over, but they need to get these points on board right now. They're non-games, literally are 0-pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival, or you can end up going home, going into this final 3 minutes. Oh, what is this?
Oh, bro, thank you. What's this?
What's this? What is? Thank you, James.
I will not throw my
Give us a thumbs up. I threw my card.
I've learned my lesson.
Oh,
sir.
wait. This is a PUBG Mobile blind box. There's something inside.
PUBG Mobile.
Let's open it.
There's a
giveaway one.
Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or can't?
Lace, wait, you ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got the pink one.
That's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it.
I got the.
क्या यार
I think I got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
क्या है क्या PUBG वाला कोई?
We're clearly not good at opening
Oh,
If
crazy.
you like ASMR, if you like
Tough
ASMR,
type
there
है.
you go.
El Clasico.
Ay,
Yeah.
Wait.
boy. Wait, did we get twinsies?
Wedding. Please let me open this.
eh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. I like this. You know what? I'm this the rest of the day, because we're now heading to the final 3 matches of PMWC at EWC 26 Group A. Who's gonna be making it? This is awesome.
I'm loving it. Some
Next match start
excellent
में कितना
blind
time
box
है?
openings coming there through from our analyst desk. And they're having a good time. Our teams
Right.
probably less so, because it is getting sweaty.
Yeah, that's the thing about blind boxes, John. You never really know what you're going to get outside of the predefined list of items. But obviously in PUBG Mobile, kind of similar. You always know what you're aiming for, but you never know if you'll get it. Some teams definitely getting more than others.
स्टेज पे जो ग्राउंड पे लाइटिंग है ना वाइट वाली
Contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be
वाली स्ट्रिप
a real
लाइट्स
fight for them to try and
The
join
green
some of the teams maybe in the survival stage,
But
not to mention the
it's
top 5 going
attractive लग रहा है
straight
यार.
to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over into
Let's
Arrogant
go
for
next
the
match
last
here
time in
Angle
Group A.
क्या
The
करते
playing
हैं
pass sends on over. Looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards
Let's go
Novo
guys, let's
way.
go.
Towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last 3 games of today. And obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today, it could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home, as the desk was talking about before. It's, you know, Alula
Let's
on
go.
that bubble right now, 33 points to
85,
35. They need
83.
to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still all to play for as we enter the back half of the day.
Oxy
Over
19.
military base, looks like we've got 3 teams dropping out. Goat will be heading on through, trying to make their way over to Novo. A very heavy West
जोन
play
का बनने वाला है.
Yeah, it is a bit.
Oh bro,
Shift on that.
बहुत सही टाइम है. शिफ्ट
Got a rough
बहुत
couple
ऊपर
so
का है
far, John. I
यार.
don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day,
अब
especially
एकल
today
लेके
again.
निकल लें.
it's been a bit aggro. This is one that I imagine for GOAT team you're probably going to look up and go, you know what, it's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send into late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flash
शायद RJC का पीछा करेगी with guns. Yes. Blitz है इनके पास.
Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out the windows, 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
Yeah, Win looking for the lineup. Full gangster level plays as he leans out the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first elim hard hammered in. So not ideal for Reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over by a vehicle.
Far from it. Yeah, absolutely. Do want to be keeping all your players alive right until the very end, Jackie. That is a top tip for PUBG Mobile. But they are going to be playing on and right on the bubble as well in that 13th place position. It is rough stuff, especially given they're one of the few teams who've already dropped up towards this north side, right? With 4 players, they have such a better opportunity with
join the Uzumaki Naruto event and
draw. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you can get the chance to draw those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. And see if you can take the top spots here. Well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads that are battling it out right now, I do like the point that you established, the idea that for a team that was thankfully gifted a position that was far closer towards zone, you've got a quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Rejects, I mean, not, you know, being rude, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they are only 2 points ahead. They definitely need to have everything playing to their tune if they can get it. Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, trying to solidify themselves into one top 5.
अगर elimination points नहीं मिला ना,
it did exacerbate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of
दिक्कत हो जाएगा.
And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on the
first पे अगर maintain करना है अपना को.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much
अच्छा
time.
चाहिए अब elimination. ये मैच अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा कुछ करके.
They also have all of Yasnaya to be looting through. We are seeing the classic Nick Galaxy send 2 out and see how far you can go. I'm expecting to see them in Kameshki in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been, well, you know, relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby, Ulf, and then Flash in the middle as well. Another squad that's there, though, John, OG. Been looking a lot more exciting as the event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today, obviously taking that top spot right now. Just about pipping authorized to the post for the time being. But there is still time to change that. Of course, again, very closely for position. But for both of these 2 teams, it's about that top 5. It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up for Orangutan, for 4 Thrives. They have really been putting that pressure on towards the top of the tables, and it's been great to see that they've been able to ascend to such heights. But yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there for 4 Thrives as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nick Galaxy to try and sweep through, obviously. No, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nick Galaxy. Yeah. But yeah, it was really quite nutty what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say a little bit too much risk for my liking, but that's why I'm not in his shoes.
That's fair enough, man. I think, you know, at certain times you've got to dial it on, right? And if you can wreck yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to sort of realistically understand it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive, he can hit that switch. But he's so damn slick with it in firefights that Honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day one with an absolute fanfare of performance, and that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water, though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki, though. If I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until Zone 2. And then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now. So they have looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with Geeke, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Roshok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit, though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there. And instead, they post up in some of the buildings. At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly or drop down south if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other.
Come on.
It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. But yeah, I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situation doesn't always present itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches. We did see a little bit of a read there from Geeke as well. It's Ragnarok that's looked like he's actually kind of the spear of this team in situations where they want to instigate. He's always keen for a fight. Took some warning shots over towards OG. Won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all-out brawl right now. They'll avoid that encounter. This is going to get spicy soon, though, John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, those teams out to the east side going to have better access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and wondering what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forwards a scout, and actually the compound to the south of that bridge looks fairly uncontested. They might just saddle themselves with a quite brilliant compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. Very, very central. And potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey-ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish, though, and you're right. Yeah, style points definitely super important here.
Oh, it's pretty on brand for 4-5s as well, isn't it? Style from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit of more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it blow up in your face. But Flash,
don't know what sort of dominoes you're playing.
They're really big ones, but they're full of those, you know the things you used to buy from the penny shop, you throw them down, they blow up? Like yeah. Bangers, John, bangers.
Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario. Well, more uncomfortable than it already is, to try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX going to continue to just slyly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flash back. Rolex with the heavy artillery doing damage as well. So trading blows right now, but this is looking like a pretty good recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah, it looks that way indeed as Gaming Stars go down. And Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building. Not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from X-Force Rejects. It looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here. This is very, very central in those Yaz fields. It is completely isolated, and SafG has nades for days. He's
crazy nade, bhai. Crazy nade.
Straight on target, lines it up, knocks them down. 10 points for that one. He'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. 2 elims chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I was keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate that we saw. The wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge. And now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty match
for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I was keeping rotating on the drives, moving in from the east side, could the north side of the Yaz Lake. Followed by Alula, but they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that Roshok bridge is going to be available for them. But are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Roshok bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz as they don't overcommit on the chase. I'm looking at this very slow rotate we've had from GOAT as well. This is more classic GOAT, John. They love just wasting the time, dialing it down. And a potential fight versus 4 Thrives is something where Killer Joe loves to stick his face into the mix. But look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging.
And the flush as well comes on through. Falak on the broadside though, and a team flash to crack him open. And it will go down, not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low. Immediately, IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through, but the rest of the flash not quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle, though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with GOAT in the wings. 2, there is danger on every front. Falak will be back, though, and he will look to get some healing done. Look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Tops attempted to get a large dash on the nails, but not enough distance to hit that one. And on the double back, he spotted out easy connections from Hooksy and Tree. That's going to be him left. Back down in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. 2 players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down a third as Zeus heads out into the blue with his comrade on the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in. We're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 Thrives. Geeke as well, holding down that area, could potentially be onto a winner. But Thundertalk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed, because X-Force Rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken towards RRQ as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We have that split from either side of the squads with AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Furia third party as Chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses. See if they can consolidate, re-engage a little bit stronger. That north side does need to conclude fast, though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge. That slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
What
can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty, quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Furia do dip out, but you can see the damage is already done. It's only a solo that barely might survive. Survive being the operative term, and not this time. Alula wave bye-bye to Furia as they are down and out.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now. In match 10, takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for.
Yeah,
As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the two teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down GK and potentially RRQ off this match.
Exactly, see how far you can force this one.
Elimination.
Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here. The PMWC, give it your absolute all and write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that two split players at the further backside from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quieter from 4-5, sitting pretty for some time. Alula, meanwhile, has been forced to fight. And it seems like, again, they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back, vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get that healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The play zone takes him down. Some tags coming on through. Unfortunate there to lose one, but yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf, pushing in nice and quickly from that north side, but yeah, the doors are starting to close, the windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low though from the sustained damage they're taking from outside the blue. The pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX, they don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left effectively. R3B, try as he might to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie and Binny. Hang on a minute. Is he just... He's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Eren on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Eren also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
GK getting backstabbed as well from Aurora. Good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2 effective players remaining alive. AGAL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Enigma. Ooh, backstab though as Joel gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goat Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoilers in the Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team are further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Goat are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of the Galaxy.
Grenade protocols have been good so far. Let's see if they can do it again. Aurora lining that one up. Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Foops gets knocked. And Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop, John.
Oh dear, that old Goat does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues, and Aurora stay alive with all 4 of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Reefus is engaged now with GK over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, Safji wins it, and Doc just wasn't there. The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either, and Reefus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Zol looks to try and find one, but Geeke managed to get back behind the headland. An aid on in, let's see if it's good. It splits the difference, takes down one more, and Safji now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch your breath. Geeke silenced on this one from Aurora. But other sharks are in the water, John, and they smell that blood.
Aaron out in the open.
Because
they've got backup. Doc takes a tumble. The knock is sent over their way. KRX are trying to scout out. Could maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thunder Talk Gaming have just been so quiet over the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long, long time. They can stay there for a little bit longer, but I imagine you're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
And that's not a collective that you want at your front door. It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards Ulf. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Alula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it if it's the only thing on offer. KRX in probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing, though, because Four Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is, where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. And KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and Four Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
Four Thrives are already setting out. They are on the hunt. Cypher and IQ following this one down to the bitter end, as only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action, and Cypher is all too happy to take those points, push OG off the top spot as well, and they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done.
Meanwhile, वहाँ तक क्यों push किया इनके players ने? क्या फायदा था कि अच्छे compound में तो थे.
The damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus Four Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back on the top, up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shotty, and he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tuck into the limited cover. AGAL from the sideline, though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just so range. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him in if he moves forward to some of these trees, but gonna stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now. As AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo for Enigma Galaxy, who ruined the day for Four Thrives last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here.
Crazy first चुके हैं ये.
Might be a little bit harder. Cypher though
भाई ये
wants to try and get
push कर रही है.
over this circle. It's not going to go well though.
9 points.
They do take a tumble. Falak's down 2.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains at the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight.
7 points
Shut down Four Thrives. And can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengage from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Enigma Galaxy, and that's how you want to hold. A nice little opening spray down, but 2 players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position. Coops is half HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress, and now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? The Lord is down, and now Coops
is the next to follow. Really cleanly played there for a Maple. Nice setup with the molly, instant switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion, but he's found Jimmy, dispatches him, and we get into that final 4-on-4 head-to-head. AGAL looking slightly more green around the gills with a single knock onto the roster, leaving them with an effective free to fight back versus TTG. Already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock on Joel. What more can he do here? Nades chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nades not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle. And not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through. With Jimmy's angle there on the high ground, they might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. It felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but they're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thunder Talk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XEZ still looking on the top side for the peaker.
Perfect need.
Sitting on the
perfect
door.
need हो सकता
That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very
perfect need.
uncomfortable.
Perfect need, bro. Crazy
Double
दोनों.
nade on target.
4v2.
Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you were at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up
you
to Zing for Thunder Talk, but he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way.
Nice.
Thunder Talk cower on the northwest side. They just are too timorous to take that one down, and instead, AGAL take the top spot. 19 points, 9 eliminations. A nice close down for them.
A big result in the final fight, and it felt problematic. TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it. Comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to trying taking down Zhol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Nigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage, maybe even flush Liu out, and then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that, with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. It felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of day two, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid-game, and then, like you say, with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 2020, John, but in those moments, a new pair of
next
glasses
match
or at least
Miramar
at the very least. Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up to try and get into the survival stages. A couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct Grand Finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm very excited to see what our teams are going to bring to the table on this one. The desert is going to be more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right? So hopefully the smarter players are going to be able to has got the brains behind the brawn.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that large IQ to help you get through these kind of games. These are our replays from the final moments on that one as well. Of course, Thunder Talks, like we said, you had one opportunity on the engagement, though. It was a nice knock from AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
जो victims TikTok पास में पता है नीड आएगा
already. As soon as the comms go silent, you know that they've got it locked down.
Yeah. Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. Yeah, XZZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had Liu as well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? Four TT, right, when they went down. It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists when it comes to this. You do just need to be throwing those down range. There was more that they could have done. It was not to be. And credit to AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They were able to read into that. They were able to send out, right, and grab their player back up because they felt, oh, yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Yeah, go for it.
I know that's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're really egging on this one point, but when you look back at it in hindsight now, that was the pivotal moment of it's the big edge they had. Following everything else that went on from there, John, there was no advantage taken. It was very sort of, callous in the setup they went for, hoping that effectively they'd find a pick on contact. It doesn't go that way when you're eating shrapnel. So yeah, the one opener that did give them an edge, not followed through on. That indifference certainly hurting them in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the rotations around that west side as well worked out well for them, right? Because remember, early on I was talking about AGAL. Oh, they're going all the way out west.
True.
And they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing. And it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance, but I feel like if another team was in Thunder Talk's position, might not have been as easy, but either way, they do manage to make it work. So yeah, very, very smart stuff coming through from AGAL, looking to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day two with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, our dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realizing that's it, 2 days of play, and it's over, mate. You're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organization with a big result. After what's been quite a grind to get there.
I mean, at the end of all of this, right, we do crush the keys, but if you're in this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat before this. And for the final 2 matches to be so important is pretty important. It is going to be good news. We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al-Ola.
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Al-Ola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Qadir City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك، وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو، وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتاهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, sorry, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا كانت سرعتكم كويسة لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم إقصائكم بالزون فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم إقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل RRQ بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So, yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So, yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا عندكم مباراتين اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق كيف شعورهم وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله.
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها وها هي ما يعني متاهلين الثقة موجودة الحماس موجود كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state we're in the right state of mind we can accomplish what we want to and hopefully within these last 2 games like I said before we'll get into the flow of it and we believe that we have the ability to qualify and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Solid legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gadia City Group before we throw it over to the studio. Let's go over to that
solid finish है ना.
Yes, we do. Thank you
उनके confidence को बहुत ज़्यादा boost कर देगा.
The young superstar from Ulf here to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp sonraki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for #1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games or what are you expecting?
RGC.
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz her zaman 1. sıraya zor.
RGC. थोड़ा बहुत तो.
You need to start doing a lot.
क्या पता मेरा ध्यान क्या होता है. Gaming. Great labs. Fight.
promise you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement for him.
Huge.
But obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now.
Ooh.
He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like, obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you, and they've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard, because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Black. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us, and none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing, but to go in a little bit more in depth, right? I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more, as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points, but not eliminations. Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping inside. Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk.
Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. And that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north, and right now we're seeing an amazing performance of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. Seven. It's very well balanced. The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a, let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not, there's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like,
for OG, they're not going to be that upset, all right? They ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out, I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is authorized. Authorized with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for Four Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game. There's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. Four Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them, as KRX was trying to. But Four Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora came in there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place, because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points, which honestly, it can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
They can. I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching them Erringle on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-off moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Enigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5.
Yes.
They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy with. certain points in time, I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy, Coops! Because honestly, he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next two matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks!
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked, because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're gonna need to, because you know Enigma Galaxy is gonna come from.
I think they did such a good job, west side of Impala, to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble though, I want to talk about Geekade just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar Lickety Split, and it is Hubble Bubble, Toil and Trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. But down towards the bottom of the table is looking mighty dejected so far. And it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the table, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on, because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through, because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around, you know?
That's kind of remind me.
Well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Coplaria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like now we're going to be kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4th Thrives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, but I can't believe.
I've just got to twist that now.
I know, you really are. You're turning it, you're twisting
Second place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's Max.
No, it's not. It's not Max.
एकदम सेंटर में भी जोन के
We're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through
7 points का डिफरेंस है और अभी 7 point के डिफरेंस से पीछे है
over towards Puerto Impala, that sort of area of the map, but the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers, spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots, obviously, being drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. Because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you? Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thundertalk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you weren't normally do cardio, mate. You know, no one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done. So
I was rehearsing as well.
You were. Oh, it was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to bursting in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone. Devil up top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cabrera. They do need access to the hills to their south. And if they can win a fight with X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an overinvestment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away. So Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Geek in the way in El Azahar, so potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
Yeah, see what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condense is relatively central, filling slightly down, so most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see Geek advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up. Maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north. But you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach. So going straight through may just be the best option available to them. Geek sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar, they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the Goat style. It'll give Geek a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knockover onto 4-5 shot? There we go.
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about, with Alula atop it, but actually Enigma Galaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground. For Alula, this is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4-5s, they're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate. They were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to blot out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ with a knock, John. Damn.
Now Aurora can't really roll forwards. Doc and Zjol immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reapers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one, as the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building. Scouting party play from Doc coming in round the rear, whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position. AGAL do get one knock onto top once again. It's a good nade thrown out from a key player from the team in Flower H, but on the hard commit, Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Liu on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though Liu does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk. And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number one, though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on a move up as well, once again armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat, Reefus with a hop up, good to shut him down. TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX, that backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here. But they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
You've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken down as the nade from Top's right on target. Goodbye, Jing. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more, who are looking to try and make that chase. As we turn our attention over to the northeast side, it is Orangutan, Fourth Thrives, and Wolf going at loggerheads to try and push past, because Fourth Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
And that respite for Four Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here, thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. A three-man squad that got away realistically, John, with Liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on him, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground, a massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left them more susceptible, so they attempt to backpedal. Lord resets, very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more, back on his legs. GOAT, it seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. Goat do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too. So Goat cut in half here, and Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but Joel not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle, only top left.
Moving in on that south side, a solo for Aurora. Goat do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, sorry, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. A rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Aurora will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force Reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Foops is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold and R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from, how many are they, what sort of angles are they playing around with. It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Enigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnants of Goat.
Knock finish, rotation.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Foops was knocked once again. The over-investment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk, though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with Goat. I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining. The last to stand, and the Galaxy all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. Goat desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove Goat. They're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside of the smoke. Such a wide berth of space, though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alola, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out. A swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards for Furia if they're able to find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Enigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with Goat and Enigma Galaxy. But AGAL are there too. And they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run-up onto Aurora as well,
Could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alula picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side, continuing to just lose a player, and now they're down to one. And they may not last too much longer. Indeed, they will fall. And it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Finished off there as Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the Mini 14. KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground. 4 Fribes coming alive once again. See you later, Tom. As that's NigmaGalaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the rock, Lord living his movie. There could be so many free points to steal from the position they put themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you, not on the cards. Still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but they do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops for Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Al-Ula, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way. That's made very, very tricky. 4 tries of the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no knocks are sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first falls, and now it's 2 of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4 Fribes seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well, as GK have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and picked them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto NigmaGalaxy and leaving them down to just 1 man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables. As you say, NigmaGalaxy going down to 1, and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now. GOAT dropping to 7th place as 2 teams have now pushed past them. Al-Ula continue to climb, and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer place behind them, and GK could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGAL.
The benefit of Al-Ula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he's secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match. Trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Al-Ula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Al-Ula and Geeke.
A 2-pronged approach. See if the horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in 1st, 2nd, maybe even 3rd, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one, but everybody else playing for keeps here. Furia wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work. And nade downhill has a little bit more legs to it, but doesn't quite find the target. And now Flash are up and into the hill, so it's just got a little bit more dicey.
Keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards the top for a peek over from Lord, making sure it's uncomfortable for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash is still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, NigmaGalaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
Al-Ula on on that north side, looking to keep the pace going. Coming off of a strong game on the last one. Now they're up to 9 elims again as well. And on this north side, they've got that high ground command that they were looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb though? Furia backs to the blue. They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like find anything, but Bose steps up. It's rebuffed by Lord. NigmaGalaxy up on high, still here to play.
Stealing away elim after elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually. 3 to his name. Make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as NigmaGalaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches his attention round to AGAL as well. They're coming in to close the gap. Goodbye, Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. Damage done. XEZ trapped.
You've also got Igor to play on the angle as well, and there goes AGAL. Dropping down, they do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for NigmaGalaxy just yet, so they will be in the top 5 going into the last one, and Lord is not done. Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forwards, and everybody wants to find out just who's up on that high ground.
The Lord of the Mountain. Anyone that dares to challenge him has been dethroned. And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low, the economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the Mini 14, bang on the head, goodbye OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Al-Ola who have done bits now here.
Next
to
match,
solidify themselves into the top 16. They almost, well, sorry, so the top 13. It's fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in. As Geekcake try to crawl their way around the edges. Quick, oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, and the most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy to contest from here. Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. Kike and Alula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Geek here. Their survival would be all but diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's a first knock over towards Geek. Alula dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine, though. 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back, doesn't need to over-invest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top. Lord, 2 nades in the back. Let's see if these will pay off. Cooked nicely, rolling down the hillside. Alula already still the point on the Furia.
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of their heads. Looks for the shot. Gets 1 knock, but it's now up to Alula, who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some pace over. And they are able to find it. The high ground was indomitable. Alula take a 12 elim.
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high. And he saw everything, John. The difference is, with ammunition running low, he did what he could. And he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be shot to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You could see NigmaGalaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. and they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there, mate. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Alula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Alula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to second place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well, taking that fight with Flash. It was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know one mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big, because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have, and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group, is that they can will their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days. Yes. So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding onto his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming from him. Really, yes. Really.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well, and this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As you know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4 thrives, still in the first place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves, and what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that
from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom three. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk out of that game. This is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Matt. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between Esports Rejets and RRQ. I would say you are teams in the bottom three. You have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, you gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play, and these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PUBG. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience, because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining. So I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah. OG, definitely. 4 thrives. As we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think, if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were going to go with a different one like Enigma Galaxy, but thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's going to end up winning it? Who's going to end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just those teams.
Yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself,
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first, and we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final, so make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar has never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job, you know. Apparently we had to draft in some outside help there, but I think authorized OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including Nigma Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. The big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on, don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumasera Hills area, the Ladriera dual peak lines over on that western side. Going to be a major feature there, so transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriera Hills.
With the stage set and the potential for the best and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this, you need to really invest versus rewards. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways.
Last match, guys. Let's go.
Or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back at what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already. Pretty much slap bang in the center of the circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special. But there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here. Depending on how Flash, Aurora, Nigma Galaxy do in this game, there are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe... I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising though and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with a narrative.
Play small ball. And keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So, very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you're authorized, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
के पास ammo होता ना तो वो तब कर पाता था, उसका ammo ही नहीं था.
Match looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support they've seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. Second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora and Furia. If they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. But you're still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for. So it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side, looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between two of our teams towards the bottom and our second place team, OG. Having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's gonna be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force rejects, seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together, but boom goes the dynamite, leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing more to be said.
That was quick, it was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them. as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now. For X-Force Rejects, they have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG, in the meantime, did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Oh, KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on as 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a tough pass. The third party coming through, it's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there, adding some more points to the RJC tally.
And OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position, seeing if they can chase towards 4 thrives. See who remains at the top of the plinth come the end of today. It'll be exciting to see who our lobby leader is when it's all said and done. TTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, John, is unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top 5 qualification, I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he is going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive, keep things together, and defend their patch slap bang in the middle, although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
Zone crunching in. Goat already in position. Gike making the move up as well. Alula, Furia, really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountaintop. Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full 4 squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie, but I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Leo, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alula charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive. They were attacked from the side by GOAT as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get shots onto them. Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
NigmaGalaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line, and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there. Adds them up to 44 and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, you know, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground, suppressing the angle from NigmaGalaxy that was completely had him dead to rights. But where does he go here? He's got to go up, he's got to go around into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Thrives with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. And RRQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As NigmaGalaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. NigmaGalaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shack themselves up there. Get 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye, GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish NigmaGalaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
keeping up that pace. Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well, that's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here with AGL getting cut down to 2 with only one of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Enigma Galaxy go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 Thrives. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in full aggro. Good shots with the AUG, damage on target. Attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there. If RRQ had fumbled the roll-up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in, because he's completed that wraparound that we saw him go out wide for and is now pushing him from Chumacera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2 on Elims, get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Thrives that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And RRQ, another point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be the Geekay are up on the chopping block before Thrives. The next challenge over towards RRQ. A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch potential. Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12 of 12. As 4 Thrives currently playing a 2-1 split with Falak, T24 on that western side, IQ much further inland. The back off comes through, and RRQ don't want anything more to do with that high ground, certainly not at the moment.
AGAL finally falls to Furia. And TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. T24 throwing them in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally.
Welcome back guys, end में थोड़ा देखना है.
Manages to thread that one through. Fury are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alola keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thundertalk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in. So is Doc from Aurora. Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the century, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 Elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc watching that angle, like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully this lobby. Doc lines them up and knocks them down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well. He's pathing around. I mean, Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them. as Alula also bite the dust. But they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil, and he is caught between a rock, another rock, and several hard places. It is a tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there. That will be our bottom 3. Locked in, Jackie. X-Force Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed, but the dreams live on for an RRQ side that fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down. And they're looking for even more. Eyes honed in towards the setup from the 2-2 split of GK. Our final decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
GK with the most central position, Flash with the high ground. As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for so long, know that they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring, a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, these 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place. And whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point. Giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games. Knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up. Waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK, who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance firefight RRQ. They're onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Gonna tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lapar. He is in a 1 versus 1 technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Calci to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top for him to deal with, but the vehicle, the death departing explosion there, puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration, and the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they've guaranteed that opportunity to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Four Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage, whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is 4 Thrives, baby. What an amazing performance. The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these 2 group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens, and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals. so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMJO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC and then in your home country, PMJO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. All right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all four of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go, look at that. See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, authorized, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for Fourth Drives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. Fourth Drives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower.
Yep.
But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners. You know they didn't do it in PMJO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, Fourth Drives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time.
I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock, TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now it has been 5 years, 11 months, and 29 days. And that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. Wizcott was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in 2nd place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was pushing it to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going now. So we're going to be seeing the top 5. There you have it. Fourth Drives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, and Enigma Galaxy. I'm happy to to see that team go back to the finals. And another team that I actually have to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally, they're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally, we have a team that has presence here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this. It gives me a little bit of hope for those finals.
Yeah, and a bit of a heartbreak too if we're looking at 6th place, Slays, because all esports, they were expected to go directly to the finals. It doesn't end up happening.
And sometimes expectations really do weigh down on you, and this team, you know, has everything that it takes to be in those top 5. But of course, they just didn't really make those kind of macro decisions when it was necessary. So we did see them sort of fall